seen
Hmm.
at this point. Hellraiser's been in the CS game for ages and ages. I think Tundra did with a Dota specific special.
Hmm. And well, look at Tundra, by the way. They always play. They always get rid of it. Instead, they get rid of the Death Prophet. For Hellraisers, it's the Broodmother, right? Like, how can you give 33 Broodmother? So they're gonna get rid of it instead. And what else are the heroes we might see from them? They generally also ban the Lena. I mean, well, obviously
I
one
would
situation,
hope.
right?
I mean, they seem a little bit indecisive on it. I almost kind of wish they went for the Lena first ban
Mhm.
if they wanted to remove it instead of this Broodmother, because the Broodmother we've seen in the DPC on the side has been hard countered time and time again.
Yeah.
You bring a Sven if necessary, but you have this Primal Beast Snapfire, two of the more meta characters to pick at the moment. You have them both in the off lane.
Mm.
They both can just slap the crap out of the Broodlings, so you don't have to worry about them. I
Uh,
don't think this... Worst case, you patiently wait, lose a tower or two.
mm.
But you just make sure she's not that useful during fights or anything else, and they will be safe enough to go for the Lena ban, fortunately.
I like how they took something like 40 seconds of reserve time, and then in the end they were like, Lena. Yep, that's the one, that's the one we're going to get rid of. But makes sense. And Tundra Esports, they're going to have first pick here. By the way, guys, Vitoon is still standing in for Hellraisers. One thing we want to mention, the Hawk has left the team, and Vitoon is still standing in. I don't think it's announced if he is joined or not, so we're not quite sure of that. And they do go with Enigma. Interesting. Rubik's still in the pool, and so is the Silencer. And I believe Hellraisers almost always takes Rubik if they can.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting because we've seen the Enigma with some success to try to counteract the Lena, at least in the laning phase. I feel like this is the first time I've seen the Enigma not with the Lena to go against. This is a bit more interesting. It's a valuable hero. Get this farming off lane that can have very good early presence just due to raw right click.
Yeah.
With the good old Eidolons.
I mean, I like it too, but it's quite a flex to throw it on the first pick when there's still a Rubik Silencer, and they go for the Treant Protector for solo here. All right, so Hellraisers, they start off with both of their supports. You kind of know the strength of the lanes as well, right? You have Treant, you have the Rubik. Treant not bad against Enigma. You just put in the Nature's Grasp, and he can't really walk through it. So we'll see what they pair it up with here. What are the carries they usually go for here? Or Hellraisers.
Just in case you have the Rubik too to help out. This is... It maybe answers the Enigma a little bit too hard, but these are such good supports that have been part of a meta, and it doesn't give you exactly the draft of what you're putting with them because they're so dynamic.
Yeah, and check it out. Tundra Esports, they go with their offlane duo from the start. I believe this is going to be Saxa's Tiny. That's what they usually go with. Durable, good stuns throughout all stages of the game. I like it, and it could be. It's not too bad with the Enigma because you do have his stun set you up as well. Angler is the ban from Tundra. It's one of the heroes that they actually also take a lot of if they can get their hands on.
Now, this is the part of the phase that I feel like is going to be the most important and interesting. We got this establishment Tundra going for a bit of an off pick, just the slightest bit with the Enigma and Tiny.
Yeah.
While Hellraisers just have the freedom to go for this classic Rubik Treant combo. The one catch is all that reserve time that's been burned. So I'm a bit worried for Hellraisers in that aspect. Especially if Tundra Esports, they could be setting up for some sort of wild play, and Hellraisers might not have the time to answer it.
I'm wondering if what they're going to go with for Hellraisers. They do like the Dawnbreaker. They play Dawnbreaker quite a bit, and that's global presence pretty good against the Enigma. If you get Black Hole, you can just put the ulti on top. It's always useful. That's something that they could consider going for. They do have all this, so it's basically going to be cores from the rest. So what else do they like? Outer Devourer for Kiyotaka has been incredible. He has always had a standout performance with the hero. And Let's see. Death Prophet is out. V-Tune, we'll wonder what he's gonna consider. But yeah, I'm thinking the OD and the offlane Dawnbreaker might be what Hellraisers considers.
I'm amazed the Lush is still in the pool. Not being taken out just yet, and nothing's changing. A Dragon Knight ban, okay. I guess
This is
a
weird,
little bit
right?
of a personal ban has to be something to go directly against Tundra. Because otherwise, that is wild.
I mean, we've seen Dragon Knight pop off a little at the the tail end of the patch. Occasionally, is the off lane. Seen S4 played a little bit here and there. But from what I know, 33 is not really a. Because I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, you have the Enigma, so I guess you're banning it for 9. 9 tends to be quite flashy with his mid lane heroes. So, okay, that's an interesting Dragon Knight pick. All right, I mean, Hellraisers, maybe they've been scrimming something we don't. They probably know a lot that we don't.
Likely, which is going to help boil this down. And that's the main thing I'm thinking about here. Someone picking up this Leshrac. If it doesn't get banned out in the next 2.
I like the Leshrac.
Sure, there's all this counter picking they want to go for, but the Bat Rider's out too, so.
Yeah, I like the Leshrac pick quite a bit. I think that it can give you like a solid amount of magic damage, and it works for both sides really, with the overgrowth and with the black hole. Tundra Esports, they are taking their time with this ban. They are making sure that they do not. Like I said, I still think that who do they go with? They go with the Lycan. All right, so do not want to go against this passive push coming out from Miero that we've seen. I say passive push because of the shard, but I mean, he's a very active hero. He can take down the tier 1 very quick, and he's also pretty solid zoning the enemy out. And of course, they already have their offlaner, so they want to make sure they don't give Hellraisers an offlane that they could use. Beastmaster is still in the pool if Hellraisers considers going for it, and I kind of like it because you will have that BKB piercing ability against the Enigma, and it's decent rage. So I'm feeling the Beastmaster for Hellraisers.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice option here. Though, Leshrac we've seen a lot of success from most of the time. And having something like the Enigma and the Tiny is going to play around it very well. But you can only pick one hero before Tundra has their own options. I mean, perhaps Tundra has such a wild giraffe planned in store for us that they'll be able to get both the Lush and the Beastmaster. That feels so dangerous, the prospect of that.
I would like it. I think that, yeah, but like I said, I still think the OD would be a good pick for Hellraisers overall, just because like we've seen Kiyotaka play it. What did they get rid of? They get rid of the Chaos Knight. That's one of Skeeter's heroes, and yeah, I mean, he does a really good job. What do they go with? They go with the Beastmaster for Hellraisers, realizing it's gonna be there. Might as well pick it up, and it's good against the Enigma. Tundra. Let's see. They're probably gonna take. I mean, I feel like they're gonna take Snake King's hero along with, and of course, one of the cores. But will they take 9 or Skeeter? Who will they prioritize right now? The carry pool has been pretty targeted, right? Chaos Knight, Bloodseeker, Lina. So they go with the Drow. They say we can't wait too much longer. They pair it up with the Undying. Okay.
I feel like this is a little bit older of a meta draft.
Yeah.
But it's not bad heroes. It's not like they've entirely fallen off. They've just gotten a lot more balance, perhaps. The early kill potential with the Drow and Dying still insane. That's going to help create the space, and Rubik Beastmaster might be a pretty good offlane to exploit it against, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's a lot of slows with the zombies and the Drow Ranger, and you can really reduce the health with the decay. But Hellraiser's going pretty bold, picking V-Tunes of Spectre here. Good here to just catch the Enigma. You can press R, he can't blink. Really good against getting close to the Drow Ranger to disable the marksmanship. So I like it. Good global presence. And Tundra, but Tundra, to be fair, I don't think a Silver Edge is something a Drow Ranger doesn't want to get. So the break will be there. They want, looks like mid lane will be the like the choice here. Both 9 and Kiyotaka saving their heroes for last. 9. I saw him play a bunch of Zeus recently, and I do think that would be kind of nice, having a bit of magic damage, a bit of global presence, because I'm looking at Tundra's esports draft in the mid game. It's a little more the oomph would be nice, and of course the Leshrac, as you mentioned.
It's a little bit scary though when you have the Spectre to get their own global presence and can capitalize taking directly, going directly on top of the Zeus, which has me a bit worried. Coddle Band's interesting. What screams more towards me is maybe we go back to the Dawnbreaker mid.
I mean, I think that's fine, but I don't know if the pros will really like it. It doesn't feel. I mean, I would take Dawnbreaker. You'd have taken it at 3rd pick. I don't know if you would have taken. I mean, for me, I don't think you would take it at this point. But Hellraiser might surprise us. Maybe they go mid silencer at the very end, and Invoker is out. One last pick here. What are you going to take away from? What are you going to take away from 9 here for if you are Hellraisers? What they usually ban? Yeah, their usual bans are all gone, right? The Beastmaster, Brood, Carrie's already picked in the Drow Ranger. So, what do you want to get rid of for 9? Is Ember Spirit still in the pool? That's kind of wild, actually. We haven't seen Ember Spirit make it through this far in a long time.
Yeah, that's true, and it's one of those good picks as well. And they seem a little bit unsure, deciding to go for the Primal Beast as the ban. I mean, they didn't run out of reserve time, so it definitely wasn't a random. They decided to go for the Beast.
Yeah.
That would be an absolute wild mid pickup. Or I guess it could be a 4 and then you send the Tiny that way.
Could be, but I mean, both teams feel very confident that the last pick is going to be the mid. Yeah, for Tundra, I'm thinking, is it Ember Spirit? No, it's a Storm Spirit. Well, it's close. He's his brother. All right, it is kind of an awkward. I mean, not awkward, but it's a bit of an unusual pick because with Ember in the pool, taking Storm does feel interesting. Hellraisers, they have the Ember Spirit choice. They have the Zeus if they want to go for it. They have the OD. I think. Are they going to go with one of these 3, or are they going for something completely different?
Could go for something like the mid silencer against the Storm, but there we go. There's the Ember to counteract it. Just able to have that free play. Tundra with a nice draft. There's some good potential in the early game, especially with the Enigma Tiny. These are some very strong murder lanes to set up. We have a very meta draft from Hellraisers, and it's got me a bit mixed feeling. And I think this should be a very exciting game 1.
Yeah, you have multiple ways to stop the black hole. You have the overgrowth, Rubik can steal it. You have the roar, even just a slight searing chains could get it for you as well. So I do think that they have good counters for the Enigma, but I gotta be honest, man. I feel it's hard for me to go against the TI11 winners. I feel like it's hard to say, yeah, Hellraiser is gonna beat the TI11 champions. It can happen, and but I think I like Tundra's draft. I think it works pretty well. I do think it's gonna be a bit tough to get good black holes, but everything else seems pretty solid for them. So far, the invited teams have looked amazing. So I'm gonna go with Tundra. Just think that they're a stronger team and they'll be able to roll over Hellraisers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be willing to do that. And if there's a way to roll them over, outplay the CS game, get the pace early, and with the lane dominators, I suppose that's entirely possible. And the one big issue that points to me for the Hellraisers draft is the fact that they have this Spectre. Very slow to get up and running, this machine, in comparison to Drow. It's very easy to go for those early kills, even at the level 6. Meanwhile, you're just waiting for your team to get opportunities for you to capitalize with the Haunt on Spectre. So everything, I think that might be a big difference maker and what might be allowing Tundra to get away with this game number 1.
I like what you said about the differences between the carries, because Drow, we've seen the power treads, 2 wraith bands, and the hero's like, yeah, I'm good to go. Just he shows up, does like 150 damage a pop, and can just bring people down. Multi-shot, just basically like an AoE 500 damage nuke to everyone. So not quite with the Spectre, it's not really the same impact. The one thing you have is that a little bit of a mobility advantage, which is nice, but that's about it. And the odds do favor Tundra by quite a bit. And if you guys want to put money on these odds, click on the banner down below the stream. You get $15 free bet if you're a new customer. Oh, would you agree with this? I think Tundra has something like three times more likely. Let's say 70% chance for Tundra. Do you agree with that?
They have the experience and the success, so I'm willing to trust in it. I think it's a very reasonable thing to lean their way. There is the potential for Hellraisers to do decent. I think there's just the big challenge mentioned, the Spectre. They're going to be playing this early game for the first 15-20 minutes, pretty much 4v5.
Well, Miero on the Beastmaster. One of the things that I feel like Beastmaster, I don't say lacks, but it's kind of a weakness of the hero is that he's not an aura hero like the Enigma. You know, where he doesn't go the Guardian Greaves. You're seeing, you know, Beastmaster. Of course, you're going to go for the Helm of the Overlord. It's nice, but it doesn't give you quite the same sustain in the mid game that Mech Heal would. So I do think Tundra's mid game power spike is going to be a bit more just because of that.
It's helpful, and normally you'd want to have some kind of force staff carrier to help out with stuff like positioning. But with the Drow, she'll just be building it herself at some point.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about those ranged damage dealing carries like the Drow, the Luna, and the Medusa. Unfortunately, we don't see the Luna and the Medusa much, but at least Drow's still here. So mid lane, it's going to be Ember Spirit versus Storm, and it's pretty vital for both of these teams, you know, that the mid lane gets to a good start, starts making space, right? They are the most mobile hero for both sides. And did you see that? Solo just goes up to the Eidolon to just farm them straight up, along with V-Tune.
That's one way to deal with them. Just take them out.
I mean, he can like two-shot them or something. It's very impressive, and that's one of the nice things about Treant is that massive base damage you start off with.
Yeah, that's a big deal, because part of getting those early last hits in such a dominant fashion is relying on all those Eidolons to get that bonus damage early. But instead, we have a Spectre that's keeping up with the Ember.
Oh, look.
You can see 9, such a talented core. Able to see on this mid lane.
20.
And I just can't wait to see what comes out from the Storm Spirit, because I feel like I'm entirely thrown off by it.
Same here. It's a bit of an interesting pick coming out for them. Meanwhile, we can see the Trained Protector losing a bit of health here, has the points in living armor to heal up a little bit, and Saxa again does some damage, but Solo should be just fine.
It's certainly hope so. Going for the classic jungle pull back and forth.
You know who's not having a good time? It's Miero on the Beastmaster. He is only at 4 CS right now. Even though 33 is also getting a bit of harass, and they're getting those Eidolons off. Sax is doing a good job of absorbing most of the damage, but Miero, Rubik can't really do that. He is not like a Tiny who can just go in front of you. Like you can see, like right, Sax goes deep into lane, go do the neutrals, gets a CS himself, but Rubik cannot do that, and that's why Miero is recovering a little bit, but he's still a bit behind the other cores.
And that makes it even more problematic too. Just the strength of the Undying Drow. So she's able to get pretty close to free farm in this top lane.
Yeah, but
best way you can imagine.
9 is just styling the mid lane. 22 to the 15 coming out from Kiyotaka. I mean, I played this matchup on both sides, and definitely feels like a bit of a skill-based matchup. Skeeter won in 16 of his last 32 Drow games. All right, I mean, you know, some of them were at TI, so Kiyotaka is gonna go for it, and it looks like refills the ball, but he's just gonna be fine.
They'll just use that bottle compensation to call it good enough. Interestingly enough, no rotation from Tundra to try to assist. They're happy to just focus on these side lanes, keep things going there. What happens to the Storm happens, I suppose, and I mean, he's been having the best game to start.
He
Could
wanted
afford to lose a little.
he wanted to pick the hero. Let him have fun with the hero. That's what he wants, you know. Nine's like, I want to play this off meta Storm. Go for it. I feel like it's gonna be one of those Witchblade BKB kind of builds. You know, the Witchblade on pretty good on the hero. Now you know you oftentimes have a bit of a cooldown cap, but you want to jump in, throw a remnant, do a hit, jump a little bit more, then you throw another remnant and grab them. So, you know, by that time, Witchblade will give you a club. So, I think that's what he's going to consider going for. And you're looking at Hellraiser's draft. Yeah, Beastmaster's pretty durable, and so is the Spectre, but the other three feel like Storm could generally solo them for most of the game. Even Ember Spirit without the... It's not very durable.
I think that's a good way to describe it. Not the most durable.
It's a bit soft.
I think it takes till the late game for this Drow to have a decent bit of durability too, so that's going to be a concern.
Yeah,
and Spectre kind of innately counteracts that in some ways, so I guess that does help them out in that way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, in general, I think if it goes, and it's kind of hard, right? If you say ultra late, like when it goes there, you have Enigma on one side, and you have Spectre on the other. Enigma's like the big equalizer. Kiyotaka taking a little bit of damage, but recovers pretty nicely against. At one point it was like 22 to like 14. Now it's still a bit of Nine's favor, but both heroes should hit level 6 roughly at the same point.
Just the main difference being that little bit of gold assistance that Storm Spirit's building ahead on.
Yeah, and we talked about who's suffering. Miero on the Beastman, he is suffering. Like, it's so hard. You go in front, there's going to be frost arrows, there's going to be decays, and if you go a bit too close, the Tombstone's good. The lucky thing is that they have no stuns with this combo, but if you're low enough, they can just burst you in the 3 seconds it takes to teleport out, so... his arm using the wild accidents helping, but he is falling further and further behind. And like you said, it's going to be free farm for Skeeter.
One of those things, they just want to play around the boars and have the Beastmaster ult available, so they're taking the sacrifice in the laning phase.
Attacker reached level 6 first, but Nine just hits it in a bit. And Nine, he might be going for this kill.
Wow, almost gets it too. That was a bit risky. Even the tiny toss into the Storm. Solo tree to freak out a little off the ground. And the Tombstone able to get the slow and the damage. He doesn't have the decay any longer, and that living armor providing the value to let the Ember try to finish this off. There we go, that's first blood.
And he doesn't even remnant to pop it, and he's going to be fine. So well done by Kiyotaka getting the first blood here. And kind of needed, because they need to put on the gas very soon for Hellraisers to recover on those side lanes. V2, not so much, but definitely for Miero. Ball filled up for 9 here. And Ember Spirit does not take any points in the Searing Chains, just relying on the raw damages coming out from from the Slide of Fist. No need for lockdown, I guess.
Certainly not something you need. I feel like you have enough lockdown on both of these giraffes. It's more important about using them. Like using some good old frost arrows to catch this Rubik out. Wouldn't be a bit late, but that marksmanship able to definitely get the damage in to finish off the kill.
And it's a pretty big advantage already for Tundra Esports. They have 2,000 gold lead at the start. Miero, he's been able to pull the creeps back behind the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, so he's going to get some farm. He's got actually 5 stacks. I think it's, can we look at the Ancients? Look, there you go, the Ancient stacks. So that's one of the things we've been seeing a lot of Beastmasters do. They just go in that, the Ancients. They with the max out Wild Axes around maybe usually level 7, and they can clear out. It takes a little bit of time to get going, but it does help them recover. So Miero's farm, well, I guess I'm not worried about it, but at least he has ways to recover.
Certainly, and even if it can take a bit of time, doesn't matter. This Tiny is going to have a little bit not so much fun. And those stacks are being taken. They're fully dedicating everything. Now this is going to be costly.
Spectre ult comes out as well.
They're trying to rotate in, but it's already too late. The damage has been done. The Beastmaster is taken out even. On top of it, this Drow could rotate in. Find the Tombstone for their troubles. Kiyotaka wants to take out this Storm. But playing with fire. Storm will be burned. And Skitter able to get away. But that feels so costly after having all those ancient jungle stacks just stolen away.
I think the ancient stacks are actually fine. They just got the big camps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they got triple kill for Kiyotaka. So overall, Hellraisers, that's a really good thing for them just happened. They brought down 9. They got a couple of kills afterwards, and I think we can see that Miero is taking the stacks now. So he's got 2.3 gold right now, and in about 40-50 seconds, we'll see what he gets when he farms all these ancients. And gotta say, V2, fantastic use of the ultimate, just showing up there with the Spectre, making sure that they can keep their stack alive, and just scare off Tundra Esports. So Hellraisers with showing some moxie at this stage of the game.
It's a bit of fortune their way, a little bit of mercy to like, well, we at least got our ancients, we got that giant gold nuke to clarify through.
Oh, boss comes out. We do have 33 already has the mechanism solo. Still level 5, and look at that Kiyotaka level 8 in 9 minutes. And these are the big creeps are still there for Miero to farm. So once he gets that, about 3,000 gold, 3.1. So he won't feel that far behind at least. And there are some stacks as well coming out from Tundra Esports side. I say stacks, like one stack over there. Oh, there you go. That's what.
I'm amazed how much effectiveness Nine's been able to have with the Storm early.
Yeah, he's...
Like, sure, they had to commit the Tombstone to steal those creeps and to help line that pick, but it's still successful.
Yeah, it just seems like Tundra is getting a tiny bit more out of the map than Hellraisers is, right? There's like, they got, the stacks going, there's got a little bit more from the laning stage. I say a little bit more, but it's a lot more. Sneaking? Maybe not him, though.
Feeling just the... And it's good, because the only one keeping up with this Tundra draft at the moment is the Ember. Everyone else, a bit of a rough time. The Spectre, mentioned, very slow to start. And good instincts. I don't know the visions here. They do use the scan. They want to take him out. Even diving the tier 2 a little bit past it.
Oh. And unfortunately, he goes west when he needed to go east and misses out on the kill. But scares 9 back to the base. And like I said, Kiyotaka, he's the only one who has having a good time. He's very close to the Maelstrom as well. Already has the Orb of Corrosion. So he's going to be dishing out a good amount of damage here. I'm just... I go back to the Beastmaster feeling like this pick is really not getting them much. And Tombstone's even dropped.
Oh, they're fully dedicating for this Ember. Just barely able to get away, but just as they say that, the Storm dedicates in. Able to have that ability to just right-click him down. Takes his whole mana pool, but finds it. And the Arcanes comes in from the Tiny to give him that extra little burst of mana so he can escape from that sticky situation with 3 of the Hellraiser players trying to respond.
Very unlucky situation for Kiyotaka. He had the magic stick available, about a couple of seconds left. It had, I think, 6 charges when he died, so he could have used that to go to the remnant, but Like 9, just perfectly calculated, know exactly when to go in. And throughout this entire time, by the way, 33 in the bottom lane has gotten a tier 1. He's been completely uninterrupted on the Enigma. Feels like Hellraisers, they're very worried to go engage against him. And same thing with Skeeter, he's also just number 1. Like, Tundra's playing such clean Dota, you know? Like, they're just, everyone's just really farming well. They're not doing any sort of crazy move where you're like, oh my god, they got like 15. It's like, no, they just got 4 kills, but better CS, you know, just better use of the jungle overall.
Feels like I can't blame them at all. They're just able to play so well, and this is what we're expecting coming from Tundra, of course. Let's give a little bit of space to the Beastmaster so he's able to take that top tower, but they're dedicating on this team fight. 9 taking out the opening. No overgrowth from the Treant to counteract any of the plays from the Enigma as a shoveled salve comes in to help. And seems like they're going to back up. I don't know how much they want to go for this. It's a bit risky. And you see the Tiny just, he's forcing the Ember to back up. They try to slide through, catch that opening pick, and Rubik will happily take the mobility from the Storm.
We'll see what he can do with it in the meantime. Weedton does have his ultimate available if he wants to join fights. He's already got the Blade Mail, working his way up to the Agam Scepter, very close to the point booster at least. So that'll give them a nice bit of activity. But losing your mid tower, you are the team with the Trained Protector, so you kind of want to keep this alive as much as possible. Like, this is why one of the reasons you picked the hero. A lot of map control is lost. However, they might be able to get a kill on Saksa, and Beaton decides to show up as well. So a nice kill here for Hellraisers, but feels like a bandage on top of a really, really gaping wound right now. You need a little bit more than that.
It's definitely feels that way. We have the pause being tucked in. There's a lot of technical issues in this first game, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'm just grateful it's not on my end for once. I'm just grateful I'm not the one with the technical issues, you know, because yesterday, man, it was really bad, and you know, I'm grateful. I'm just grateful it's not me. It was like, I think the fans would be like, no, we just want to watch Tundra play. But speaking of that, Mia, he's very close to the Vladimir's offering. It helps, but I'm just looking at him thinking, well, when you get the Helm of the Overlord, is there like, I mean, it's a nice power spike for the Beastmaster, I get it, but I'm not seeing it as something, so he's going to get something that's just like, wow, suddenly he's going to crush them. Oh, we'll see what he can do for them. He's actually recovered fairly well. Either that, or Vitun hasn't been able to farm as efficiently as possible. Either way, Skeeter, top net worth with a Drow Ranger. Absolutely wild.
Everyone getting exactly what they wanted on this Tundra side. And I'm just wondering what the answer is from Hellraisers, considering it takes this Spectre so long to activate. I'm a little worried. What if she never gets to?
I think if they can bring down 33 in fights, then you're okay, right? It's the Enigma that you have to be always super worried about, and the odds have shifted greatly in Tundra's favor. And if you guys want to put some money on those odds, you can click on the banner down below and get $15 free bet if you're a new customer. Drow Ranger already has the Hurricane Pike, so getting a jump on her if you're the Ember Spirit will well, to be fair, Ember Spirit does a lot of damage from Sleight of Fist, but she can't push anyone away, including the Spectre. So Spectre Haunt shows up, and it's like, no, wait, there's still a lot of distance between us now. And oh my god, Solo's still level 5.
Off on and it's unfortunate. So then Miro and Solo not having the most enjoyable of starts. I wouldn't say it's a bad one. They've been doing what they can with what they have.
It's a bit scary, right? That the Tree Protector's still level 5, 60 minutes in. We kind of need his overgrowth to control the Storm Spirit, the Drow Ranger, another cancel for the Black Hole. So the fact that Solo doesn't have it yet, he's very close to be fair, but it's another worrisome thing in Tundra. It looks like they want to get this top tier 1. If they do, suddenly Roshan becomes an option for them, as Hellraisers will have no real like access point to get to Roshan.
Yeah, that's another thing that can benefit them out. Just relying on good old Ag Shard on the Drow helps get those Frostbite stacks.
And 33 has the Guardian Greaves, which would you say this is probably the best item in this patch, the Guardian Greaves?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's been a lot more effective than I expected it to be. I don't know if I'd call it the best item.
Well,
Just
what?
the Dispel with the mana and the heal. It's just one of those nice AoE sustain items.
Well, another nice AoE sustain item. Sorry, another nice sustain item would be the Aegis, right? You lose your life, you come back, and of course, Storm is notorious as being one of the best users of this item, just because he fully benefits from both the health and the mana, and he wants to spend both. V2 fought his Aghanim Scepter at least, about 400 gold, and he'll have it. And unfortunately, he kind of gets at a spot that you don't really want to fight, right? The enemy's got Aegis, you don't want to engage with them right now.
Or at least you wouldn't expect them to want to go for it.
Oh, that's true, right? They'll never think we're crazy enough to do it, but we are.
Seen some surprises, but overall, man, the Drow right click on the tower, even though she mainly is just a pike, it still doesn't matter.
Got insane damage. Oh, 9 loses the first Aegis. Can they get the second one? Can they get the second life? Well, still worth it. That means that at least in the next engagement, he's not going to be able to have it. And dude, the tier 2 top just falls just like that.
I think they're happy to trade the Aegis for that. I have a feeling a bit of it is that small misplay you make when you have that bit of room. You're just like, well, I have the Aegis, so I can afford to lose a life. So you just play a little bit more open, and then you're like, oh, it's gone.
They'll never think I'm going to do for it. And 9 is going to go for the first item. Hex. All right, not a BKB, not a. No, he's already got the Kai, but he's going to go bottom solo. I don't think he's making out of this one. He does have the overgrowth, but decides why waste it. And he needs to be careful here because V2, alright, V2 is out. So well worth it to trade solo for V2's life.
They're going to be happy about that. Something to work with.
Keep your carry alive. That's the name of the game. Kiyotaka not too far. Well, actually, he still needs about 1,400 gold to get the BKB. He's gonna need it because, like we said, 9 going for that hex first. Yeah, that's we talked about Ember not being the most durable hero, and when he's hexed out, that does not help. You know, being a sheep does not make you more tanky.
That's certainly one way to put it. They're able to take out Snake King on the Beast Bastard.
Yeah, he's been, I think he's died like 4 or 5 times, which is perfectly fine for Tundra. He's got more farm than Solo, and he's the position 5 Undying, so, you know, we want some guy to take the ganks for you. It's perfectly good. Awesome that, you know, it's always going to be snaking on the Undying. And he gave Skeeter the best laning stage possible, so at this point he's kind of like, guys, I'm going to be dying now for the rest of the game. I hope you're okay with it.
They have a lot of ways to catch the Undying. It's definitely going to be one of those, you throw down the tombstone, maybe you get a decay off, and you call it good.
Especially if you get the ultimate. If you get the ultimate, you're really happy. You're like, yes, 50% more health. Speaking of more health, they do have the each on Hellraisers. That's a 50% health aura for the entire team, which they definitely need, but Tundra's damage is pretty incredible. And of course you have percentage damage from 33. So far we haven't seen a very big skirmish, and the win probability does favor Tundra, but there is a 5-man smoke. I believe this is the first one from Hellraisers. Who can they find?
Just that bit of a slow grind, able to play the map a bit better, have that advantage with the network and slowly grind it through. And then they decide to attempt to go for this Enigma. He is left alone.
That's quite...
Everyone going in on him. He's still running. And the root stun combo comes in just at the end to make sure that he can't get the black hole off.
Malefice is stolen. Nice stun for the Rubik to have, and a good kill on 33. And they kind of might need to do that a couple of more times here. Yotaka got a little bit worried for him. And was in the area, but he just run this out. I'm gonna go for this tier 2 top. There's no Enigma. They have Spectre ultimate, but it looks like they're kind of camping in the area here for Hellraisers.
Just taking their sweet time.
Nice spots the
Not
courier.
too crazy to rush through, and oh boy, I just saw that Hex that's been picked up by the Storm Spirit. That's going to be a nice way to deal with the Ember.
For sure, but they have double blink daggers now on Rubik as well as Miero, so you can, you know, blink lift, blink roar, and they can catch someone. Even the Storm Spirit, I mean, as the moment he stops rolling in, you can just catch him. There's another 4-man smoke from Hellraisers. They have a decent clipboard in this area, but doesn't spot anyone. Radiant stand comes out. They don't see anyone there. I think they have an idea. Yeah, they do have an idea. Nine's showing himself in the bottom lane. That would be the target if they can catch. Nine.
Oh boy. Wow.
The Hex into
Nice save.
TP. Fantastic. Oh god. And he actually used all his mana at that point because he did like a big roll from the big ball lightning from the mid lane all the way to the bottom and makes it out. Dude, Nine is stylish. I mean, we said he likes those flashy heroes and he's making it work with the Storm. And another pause comes out. It's time from 33. Hopefully Tundra Esports are not going to have too many of these issues.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be affecting the momentum of either side, which is nice to see. Unfazed in that aspect.
Oh, Peter.
They're able to keep up. Oh boy. We have the team fight starting. The Storm Spirit, he's almost been chipped down. Not enough sustain to heal and keep him alive as he's disabled early. And only the Treant to respond for the mid of Tundra. You can see Hellraisers are happy with this. They're just going to run away with it.
Huge overgrowth by Solo. Dude, I've been seeing these European players, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, both. They seem to know Treant better than any other region. Like, I've seen every time you see these 3-4-man overgrowths, no matter who's playing it, Handskin on Alliance, Solo on Hellraisers, and they just always look really good with this hero. And they're just showing it. Hellraisers, that was a massive overgrowth that won them the fight. We still haven't seen a black hole. We still haven't seen a single black hole 24 minutes into the game. But to be fair, 33 is just fine holding it. You know, you're up against the Rubik and a Beastmaster. So multiple ways for you to either stop it or just abuse it.
Just not wanting to let go of it until the moment's right.
It's like, it's mine.
Has it even been used once?
Nope. I think we haven't seen it used. And Wraith Pack being picked up. Holy cow. Oh, it looks like we're going to lose Snaking again. But nice Glimmer Cape. Keeping V2 alive. Actually,
no.
the fight continues. V2 is losing his health. And is he gonna be alright? Now Roar comes out. They decide to buy back on sneaking. I think we might
follow up.
I think V2 is just gonna be losing his
Again,
life in
no
the end.
black hole. I guess they just don't want to use it. At some point, it feels like you should use it, even if it gets immediately countered. You at least have that lockdown for a second. Speaking of which, heavy root on the Storm, and he's going to be right-clicked on down. Bit of a farewell, brother, sends him back to base.
Tundra Esports might need to be a little bit careful here. Well, actually, Roshan's only going to take about 90 seconds here, but Kiyotaka, man, he has been absolutely the star for Hellraisers in this game. Just with that fight that killed the bottom lane, doing a really good job against Nine right now. And their lockdown against him is not incredible. Yeah, you have Black Hole, but apart from that, he can just BKB and avoid everything. So they do need to be wary about this Ember Spirit.
A little bit.
Tundra, by the way, they're going with the same strategy they won on TI. They're going with a lot of... Okay, Saksa, is he going to be alright? Oh, yes.
Oh, the Ember dedicates in, and they take full advantage of this. The Roar helps, but that's not going to matter. Even with the root follow-up, they take down both the Ember and the Treant to follow. The Storm happily dives in to try to catch some more. Hellraisers trying to
Dire's top tower
back up to heal their wounds. And despite all of the openings and ultis used, Hellraisers find nothing.
Tundra's going for this, I was going to say this before, but yeah, they're going for mass damage reduction, right? They're going for a Crimson Guard on Snaking, they have Wraithback on Enigma, they have a Guardian Beast, like, they're looking at Hellraisers and they're saying, you know, a lot of your damage is mostly physical, you know, from the Ember Spirit, so we're just going to negate it completely, which I like. This is the same thing that they did at TI, where they just reduced them by a ton. Like, they would get a Mage Slayer against Leshrac, along with all the items that we just mentioned, including a pipe. So Hellraisers, their damage is, I mean, it's not bad, but it's also not like super overwhelming. It's Spectre and Ember Spirit, that's okay damage, but it's not like, oh my god, how are we gonna be able to survive that?
And that's been a bit of what they're doing. Sure, it's not the best case situation to help with the survivability,
are scanning.
but they've been able to have just enough that no one's caught out and taken down. They've made that mistake once or twice with the Storm Spirit, but they've learned quickly from that.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're 12 to 12. This is like, in terms of kills, both teams just being very conservative with the action here. But Hellraisers, they decide to up the ante a little bit here. 4-man smoke. They have the Spectre Hunt available. I don't think they have vision of the area they're actually going into.
Just going for a bit of a instinct play.
Yutaka jumps in, gets a slide. They want to get a roar off, but who do they find? 33 would be a nice target, but it looks like they're gonna go for 9 instead. But he jumps out the last second, and Enigma has the black hole, but still decides not to use it. Overgrowth holding him down for a little bit. B-Tune is the guy who's gonna be losing that. Nero throws the roar, but it's basically a roar for what? It loses his life in the 9 almost dies, but it's just not enough from Hellraisers, and that all that damage mitigation and the net worth has caught them. Solo, he's also been caught, and he's dead.
Treant unable to find the success, and this is what the big concern for Hellraisers is. They've been able to play the direct team fights in a very competitive fashion, but Tundra just the step above in just getting the gold, getting that map control, and now that's only going to snowball further with the Aegis pickup.
Oh,
And even a shard on the Storm.
Yep. I mean, they almost got 9, but I do think that Hellraisers, they kind of saw, okay, we got 33 here and 9 here. They split their attention just a little bit. Not sure really who they want to go for. And yeah, he's jumping. Mira did not use the roar. I'm very surprised by this. So even though they had the root on it and the silence comes out, 9 jumps away. Overgrowth comes out. Again, Overgrowth didn't land on 9. Neither did the roar. And that just cost them. B-Tune jumps and loses life. Miro, roar at the last second. Youch.
Not at least the dream you're looking for.
No, definitely
Something
not.
you're going to be crazy about.
It's like they actually killed 9 during the meantime, but Antares, he's probably going to be losing his life as well. I know they're going to go for here snaking. That would be a dieback if they can get it. He bought back like 10 minutes ago, but this will be a long death timer here. Saksa force-staffed in, but boring him from using his blink and allowing them. That's some good boar micro right there.
There we go. It cost them too, but it's both the supports for this Storm Spirit. I think that's a trade you're going to be happy to get away with.
Especially one you'll be accepting. No, the top lane, Saksa loses his life. All right. Hellraisers, we see you. We see what you're doing. You're getting those kills. However, you need to be careful here because guess what? Skeeter's here, and he just wants to... Holy crap, that's a lot of damage. He's trying to dodge through the trees, and, okay, goes up to that weird area that no one can follow. One arrow! Oh, God, B-Tune. Making it out with about 30 health. In the meanwhile, though, so on the other side of the map, Kiyotaka, is he going to be alright here? Has the BKB if he wants to use it. And it's just a fight between the spirits. 9 decides wisely to leave the fight. And Kiyotaka, I don't think the BKB was used, so... Like, they got some nerves, these players, man. Oh, I actually did use the BKB. My bad, I didn't see that.
Such a bold play to openly go for. I'm kind of amazed that they fully dedicate on it.
And V-Tune? It looks like he just wants to probably TP back to base. Because yeah, there you go. Waiting for the TP to cool down. Antares on the Rubik is going for the Aghanim Scepter. I don't think he has an Aether Shard or an Aghanim Shard either. Sorry, an Aether Lens or an Aghanim Shard. So, interesting. He's just rushing the Aghanim Scepter. Alright. 2 spells to steal. I guess you really needed this game. Ball Lightning seems good, and Tiny is Avalanche as well. But the other spells, apart from the Black Hole, no. I'm just surprised that he wants 2 spells so badly rather than the shard for the Rubik to save allies.
It's certainly a choice.
Oh god, it is scary to see. And yep, we are down to the 10-1 in favor of Tundra Esports. And if you guys feel like, hey, you know, I want to get $15 and put it all on Hellraisers, make it 150, just click on the banner down below. You get those $15 for free if you're a first-time user. Looks like Agent is going to expire in about 70 seconds here for Tundra. I mean, I gotta say though, a lot of people, they say Tundra Esports style is very slow, and I gotta admit, it is. You know, they get advantage, they do not let go of it. Definitely feels like the influence of AUI 2000 on the team, where he's like, guys, just get as strong as you can, don't throw a lead, and just win the game, even if it has to go late.
Yeah, even if it's seen as boring in some ways, how the gold and the economy breaks through. You just want to... It encourages the slow grind.
Yes.
And to play this stable, safe Dota, essentially, for these huge amounts of time with no mistakes. At least minor mistakes. And the Treant's route there to try to save him. They are able to take out the Tiny, even the Storm. Hold on a second. Now things become a little bit awkward. The Spectre hops around, harasses the Drow a little bit. That Aegis is going to be going away in just a literal second.
Overall, a huge win for Hellraisers, right? Good use of the overgrowth. And I think 9 jumped in with barely any mana. When I clicked on him, I was like, I'm sorry, when I was looking at him in that fight, his mana pool seemed very empty. And this time, the roar was not saved. Neither with the overgrowth. They were like, oh, 9's there. We're not making that mistake again of giving him free reign. And they do bring him down. And Hellraisers, you know, we were talking about Tundra being a conservative team. Let's go with that. To be fair, though, it's up to the enemy team to force them to be aggressive. Like, if Hellraiser is just gonna farm, then Tundra has no reason to do anything else, and they're out farming them. You know, they're just doing better when it comes to the economy game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, they're able to get these picks. Hellraisers are keeping things, at least on the surface level, competitive. But Tundra always finding the way to keep up the farm, even if they lose a core or two. And they're just focused on making this Drow an unstoppable force that nukes everyone. Just happy to keep having her farm up and set up. Have her delete everyone. 10,000 net worth lead in the Drow versus the Spectre.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to say that favors the Spectre in this situation at all. Alright, on comes out, but Miero's already dead. Well, the Black Hole's available, but I don't think we're seeing it this game. I think 33 is just teasing us at this point.
Just waiting for the one god black hole in like a last team fight and just be like, I used it once.
Oh!
Oh, there we go.
Oh, 36 minutes for this? Oh, well, but it was a good try. I mean, that's what the situation when you throw it in. It's you have the two guys who can cancel it are dead, and it would have gotten you a good kill on them. Spirit. Just Kiyotaka just a little too quick with those remnant play.
Well, just the issue. He doesn't have the. he hasn't had the warm up.
Oh, right.
A bit dry.
I forgot. You have to get like a couple of
Warm
bad
up black hole.
holes.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You have to get a couple of the bad ones out, then you get the good ones in, right? You just want to, you just don't want to start off with a 5-man straight away. You have to sort of ramp up. So it's 0-man, then it's 1-man black hole, and then within a 4 after that, he's gonna get the 5-man at the very end, or he's gonna just black hole the throne itself.
Exactly. Oh. What do you mean the big game plan is? The game plan is to beat this Rubik down, take him out early. The Spectre ulting in to try to rotate with the amazing Beast Roar Overgrowth. Everything lines up to keep them disabled, but still it's the Treant taken out. They're just pushing past these towers. They don't care. They understand their advantage. The Ember doing the best he can to show some presence, but that is a key Spectre taken out with no response. That tier 2's been removed, and this Drow once more looking for some racks as a snack.
And Hellraisers no carry for 60 minutes, sorry, for 60 seconds. Tundra, they could just go for maybe even more, right? Try to see if V-Tunes got buyback or not. They go mow down through these racks is fairly fast here. And Hellraisers, what can they do? Roar is out, no overgrowth, and this is the damage issue we kind of talked about, right? It doesn't get any better, and Sola's gonna be losing his life. I think that's a dieback for him, so 70 seconds, no Treants.
I mean, he has no overgrowth to work with either, and it's just this death by 1,000 cuts. They just wait. They have the Daedalus and a Silver Edge on this Drow. She has so much damage to bring out, and there's no way for Hellraisers to find anything with it. And even then, they're not trying to get a throne. They're just taking their time. They're like, we'll just get the megas, call it good. I wouldn't even be surprised if they go back to farm for another 4 or 5 minutes.
Please, the humanity, Tundra. But yeah, why not, right? If it's a safe play, why not just go for it? But looks like they say, you know what, let's just end the game right now. There's still no solo here. There are nice roar coming out here on Skeeter, but he's kind of safe. Or is it Kiyotaka trying to go for the kill, but the DK comes out of Skeeter. And the damage, where is it? It's just not really coming out. B2 is the one who's going to lose his life. Jumping into 4 people, but he's not tanky at all. And GG is called by Kiyotaka. And honestly, Tundra Esports, I don't think they broke a sweat during the whole game.
Yeah, and it's not like they had some kind of insane counterplay draft or whatever. They just had a solid idea, they had the execution, and they just farmed their way through. Able to outplay him in that sense and win by economical default.
Yeah. I mean, that's really how it comes down to it. Tundra, like I said, it didn't feel like they were doing something crazy, right? It was like, oh, they crushed this lane. I mean, they crushed top lane, but the mid lane was fairly even between 9 and Kiyotaka. Bottom lane was also like Vito was getting some decent farm, even though 33 was ahead. I was looking at like, oh, they're getting the 5-man black hole every fight, or they're just like demolishing buildings fast. None of that happened. Then Tundra, they just stole some stacks, had some of their own. They just farmed a little bit better, closed the map here on Hellraisers. Hellraisers to me felt like they were quite passive. We saw them get when they smoke as 4, they were getting good pickoffs after that. They go into the enemy jungle, they'd find someone, a couple of kills, but it felt like they were kind of hesitant to do so. But I gotta say though, Kiyotaka on Ember Spirit did incredible. Despite everything, he had a fantastic performance in that game. He may have lost, but his Ember Spirit is something that you definitely want to ban in the future.
He at least did better than the Storm, and the Storm had a fantastic game. I have to give credit to Kyo there, able to create so much space and give an opportunity. I think the issue is just we were able to see the Spectre.
Mhm.
She had a decent bit of farm, had the Blade Mail, had the Yags.
Huh.
Just doesn't have the impact and no farming tools to help. Just leaves her so far behind, and she's supposed to be a late game scaling hero.
Interesting choice of item on V2, by the way, going for the moonshot, because I saw him get the Hyperstone. I was thinking, oh, he's gonna go for a Salt Cast, but no, he's going for the moonshot. And Saxa is the MVP of the first game. All right. I'll be honest. I was thinking Skeeter might go for it just because he had an absolutely phenomenal game. But Saxa again, I mean, supports we deserve love too. And Saxa certainly had an impact on the Tiny. Just in the bottom lane, right? He kept 33 alive, made sure they weren't able to sort of just shut down the Enigma. And I felt like that was the biggest influence he had in that game.
Occasionally catching some picks and just having that good lockdown and nuke damage to deal with them. It's good to see. Bit of a good reward.
Mm.
The Rock's able to make them crumble.
That's a good way of putting it right there. Hellraisers, game one looked pretty rough for them, but it's only game one. You know, they can come back. They are because the TI-11 champions, so we'll see what they can do. For now, we're going to go for a bit of a short break. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys for game two of Tundra Esports. And we are back for potentially the last game between Tundra Esports and Hellraisers. Tundra Esports game one looked really convincing. Hellraisers, I think they played really well, but they just didn't have that. I didn't have that aggression that they needed to sort of cause Tundra to play out of their comfort zone. Tundra felt like they were playing the way they want the entire game, and Hellraisers kind of allowed them to do that. So hopefully in game two we're going to see a change in that. And Trevor, what would you like to see Hellraisers change in this game?
They can try to do what they can. It feels like they just got outplayed in this sense. Just this very clean, patient Dota, grinding the way through, getting the gold. And even with the kills, that's not going to be enough to close the difference. It's arguably, some might call it a skill issue, but it's just because Tundra are top of their game. Able to have such a good understanding of how to get the map control and squeeze as much gold out of it as possible, so they're able to outpace Hellraisers and slowly snowball them through. And unless they have a draft with terrible lanes that fails to find any success early, I have a feeling that Tundra should be set up to take this 2 up.
Yeah, this is kind of weird that we saw sort of Tundra have the free time that they wanted, because they had Enigma who wasn't using Black Hole, right? And Hellraisers, they actually banned Enigma straight out. They're like, you know what? We do not want 33 to use this. I imagine their next ban is probably going to be Broodmother, because I'll say that I've also heard that 33 is, was he the best Broodmother player? One of the best at the very least, you could say that. And I would be more afraid of his Broodmother taking over the map than I would be of the Enigma doing the same thing.
Yeah, but now Tundra have to debate. They can let Lina in the pool. All they have to do is force Hellraisers choose between the Broodmother and the Lina.
Oh yeah, and looks like they are gonna make them. Ooh. They are gonna make them. So I forced them to make that choice. There goes Solo Stream Protector. Now Hellraisers, would you like to lose against the Lina, or would you like to lose against the Broodmother? Sorry, is the question that Tundra Esports asked them. And looks like they picked the Lina. They say, you know what? It's gonna be, if we're gonna be stepped on, we want to be stepped on by the Lina.
Fair enough. And again, they can't go for that Rubik tree and opener they went for in the first that helped them so much. Took a small few seconds of reserve time, but it's such a good impact ban. So we're going to do this Hellraiser side. Normally we see teams pick the Leshrac to have an opportunity against her. Sniper is something we've seen brought out with success.
I'm thinking something a bit more like an Ursa, but this is one of the things that Hellraiser has to deal with. They did bring in V2, and the Hawk left, I think, right at the start of the tournament. I don't think he played a single game of the Betboom comic episode 1. So unfortunately, they are still adjusting to playing with a stand-in, which is V2. And so that's going to be a bit of a problem for them. You're up against the TI-11 champions, and you have a stand-in on your team. Like, you are not playing it, let's say, top form right now. We'll see what Hellraisers are going to go for. I still think that Ursa would be an option for them. I feel like Ursa actually is one of the few heroes that can go up against the Lina. Slark is good for cutting the distance, but in a man-to, well, hot witch fight, Lina is usually the one who comes out on top in that situation.
Yeah, I think the Slark's one of these bait picks everyone's been going for to try to counteract it. I don't know if there's some success it's seen in Pugs or what exactly it is, but I haven't seen the Slark turn things around once. And it completely goes against the style where you need to maintain the burst and compete directly against the Lina. And that's not what Slark wants to do. He just wants to hide, you know, dance in and out, be a bit of a problem, be annoying.
No, it's interesting. If Hellraisers didn't ban Broodmother, they could have had their pick of Broodmother or Lina. You know what I mean? Like, they could have given one away, as we saw Team Spirit do in TI-10, where like we can give you one of the OP heroes and we take the other one. But Hellraisers decide to give, let them to have the Lina, and they take the Magnus. All right, that is that's team fight if you ever need it.
It limits the draft a little, but being able to have so much bonus damage, the cleave's just a nice plus on top of it. We could see something crazy for the burst damage. Be seeing another hard carry Marcy brought out.
Alright, they go for the Undying. Snake King is like, well, I won within game 1, why not do the same in game 2? And yeah, it's gonna be annoying for the Magnus as well as Rubik to deal with. I do think that it's a little bit better than the Beastmaster Rubik. You know, if you can scare him back to the tower, you can do a lot of damage. But at the same time, you know, those decay stacks are still going to be annoying. So, Lina, Undying versus Mag. I'm gonna give it to Undying here in their safe lane.
Yeah, you can't go for the Treant after all, as it's been banned out by you guys themselves. But it's all number 2. I think Undying is exactly what you go for. Once you have that same form of lane dominance, just you have to go for kills rather than the sustain. It's a little bit different in that aspect.
Well,
and to make sure there's no way for the lane to be caught out, we immediately start with the Batrider bans. And Hellraisers are already burning through so much of this reserve time.
yeah, the fact that sort of the Lina got picked up seems to have put them in a tough spot. Hoodwink comes out as a ban here, make sure that Saxa doesn't get it. But yeah, Hellraisers now, obviously when you take Magnus, the easy pick is to say we're going to take a melee carry with it. And one of the melee carries I think that can do pretty well against the Lina is the Phantom Assassin. You know, because she gets that big jump, she does a ton of damage. But of course, you know, we see Lina always go for the Silver Edge. The break is there. It's a bit of a scary one, of course. And Ursa is still in the pool, which I again think is the best pick here. And Ursa is not in the pool. Never mind.
They're gonna have to go for this PA whether they'd like to or not at this point, and any other options I think are forfeit. Yeah, I do completely agree with you. I think the PA is the option here. There's ways to get, you know, Silver Edge forms to counter her, but the setup needs to be just to BKB, blink in, and try to rely on that Empower to get that bonus damage to just have an unimaginably strong nuke.
Look at that.
And
3 heroes.
They're setting up for it because they're taking rid of the Doom that would hard counter.
33-0 pool is getting banned out, right? The Doom, Broodmother, as well as Enigma. Beastmaster is another hero that he plays that they can consider banning as well. And well, we'll see. We'll see if they wanted to go for it. I remember that he had a True Sight or something. Not True Sight. He had an interview with 33. And he said, "I want to win TI playing 6 heroes," and 3 of them are already banned right now. If Beastmaster comes out
take
here,
the entire ban list to ban those 6 heroes, so I don't think there's going to be much issue there.
Problem is you have to pick one of them, right? Within the first 2 phases, they get rid of Saxestein. They're like, you know what? He was MVP in that game. We don't want him to play it again. So it's going to be a lot of love coming out just for Saxa as well as Sneaking. Though Saxa as well as 33. These are the only guys getting bans from Hellraisers. And what do they want to go with here? I don't think you want to take. Would you take your carry now, or would you take your position 5 here? Disruptor maybe. They go with the Clockwork. Excellent hero for shutting down the Lina, just because Hookshot's a good stun. Just get next to her. However, it's not the easiest situation to be in because you're up against Undying and the zombies and everything. It's not ideal, so to speak, in most of the most situations.
5 seconds remaining.
I think the main idea is to be able to have all this scouting potential.
Oh yeah.
And also, you don't want to pick the core this early. There's not going to be any bans. Just let Tundra go for the picks, and those are some picks, all right.
All right, so Saxa gets the Ricky Maro just to like catch anyone, and Zeus comes out with the damage as well. It's not quite what we've seen with the Ricky and Mirana combo, but you have the Lina probably with the Shadow Blade. You have Zeus who can just do insane damage from any place on the map. So, damn, that's a lot of physical and a lot of magical damage from Tundra Esports from the start, right? Lina, arguably the hardest hitting carry right now, as well as you combine it with the Zeus. So Hellraisers, they decide they don't want to go for a melee hero. They go for V2's Drow Ranger. I like the silence. I think the silence is really good to be able to sort of control the Zeus at least. But
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if I...
A good hero. The bonus damage is going to help, but I don't think it can nuke down this Lina.
No.
It's what you need.
No, I don't think it can either. Hellraisers, they need a mid laner here for Kiyotaka. I'm going to go back and say, the OD is really good with it. Maybe he'll take it. I don't know. Tundra Esports, Lycan was one of the heroes that 33 mentioned. And Beastmaster. Come on, just get rid of the Beastmaster. At that point, And then he'll pick the last one and be like, ah, yes, that's the hero that he's really good with. Maybe it was Underlord. I'm not sure. I think it was Underlord. But all right, Hellraisers, what mid do you want to get rid of? So far, I do think that they need something that can frontline a little bit. Pangolier is in the pool. I really wouldn't mind Pangolier because the problem is that Pangolier isn't exactly front line. You sort of roll in, blink in, catch people. Magnus wants someone to go in instead. Maybe, I mean, you could do that with the clockwork, but yeah, like he might die before his backup even shows up. And they get rid of the Pangolier anyway. All in the dark sea. That's the one. All right. So
do you go for a good old axe against the drow?
I don't think we've seen a lot of that. I can imagine if they pick axe and you just look like an absolute genius. You know, they'd be like, "That's Trevor. He's onto something." I wouldn't think they'd go for the axe, but then again, maybe they could go for something like that who can just sort of stand in the front and take some damage for the team. But I'm feeling like they're just gonna take Beastmaster for 33, and that's just gonna be it. That seems like the easy option that they could go for. Or maybe a Primal Beast. Ooh, Primal Beast.
The Primal Beast would be very good too. Just something that can brawl early and have this form of lockdown. Primal Beast, perhaps just more meta version of Axe at the moment for teams to work with. A little bit less direct in the approach, but able to get the same job done and give coverage to this Tundra team.
Oh,
and they go for neither of those options. The Tide.
All right. I like it. I mean, you need the body in the front for Lina and Zeus to do the damage, and neither Ricky can't do it. And Undying later on, well, he doesn't want to do it anymore. Like, you just end up. I mean, you can go up front and die in 2 seconds, but that's not often the best use of the hero. All right, Hellraisers, you got about 40 seconds to pick a mid lane for Kiyotaka. I'm telling you, dude, OD's pure damage seems pretty good against the Tide Hunter. What else could they consider going for here? The problem is OD
it's good against this entire lineup. You also have the prisons to keep Lina just out of the fight, out of the way, so you can help focus on the rest of that team. It's a really good OD game. I think you're spot on.
Assassin? No, they go for the Ember again. All right. I thought with Templar Assassin, sometimes we see it getting picked against Lina because, you know, despite her having a lot of attack speed, it will still take her taking like 6 to 10 hits to get it through those refraction charges. Well, meanwhile, for Hellraisers, they go with the last pick on the Ember Spirit. I like that. It does work a little bit with the Magnus. V2 can do a good amount of damage as well. So yeah, and Clock. All right, I mean, it's a nice balanced draft from Hellraisers. I think it lacks a little bit of that frontline jump that you need. I mean, as in like a body that moves in front, but you can get to the back line with the Ember and the Magnus. So I like Hellraisers. I'm still gonna go with Tundra game 2 though.
I mean, again, I feel like it's going to be a similar story. Hellraisers, they have a confident draft to be competitive against Tundra. It's not like they have this big brain out draft play that's next level. It's a bit weird, but you're just like, okay, both teams can hold their own. It's just when it gets directly into the game, onto the map, Tundra are able to just squeeze so much gold out of it. And you have to keep up in gold and XP if you want to be able to compete, or else you're going to be just snuffed out of the match.
Yeah. However, they have nicer team fight this time around, right? Like you can put a lot of hope in the big RP. If you land it, you can do the damage afterwards. They didn't feel like they had that in game 1, where you relies on overgrowth. So this time I'm a bit more comfortable with the team fight coming out from Hellraisers. And when we get in the game, we'll see. Mid lane is going to be Ember versus. I think Kiyotaka should be able to get some farm going here, but for Zeus, I mean, Nine is going to be able to farm as well, and I think he's going to be pressured too hard thanks to that heavenly jump.
I'm excited to see what happens with this Zeus. Feels like it's been a good minute since I've seen one. And a lot of my mid-playing friends enjoy playing the Zeus, so to see some top-tier level Zeus play is going to be fun. So don't forget, you can have some fun by clicking on the banner below the stream through Betboom and get a $15 free bet for any new customers.
Yep. Alright, Miero, I mean, this is going to be the redemption arc for him. Game 1, he wasn't able to do too much with the Beastmaster. I mean, he got a couple of decent wars on 9, but other than that, not much. But this game, And now I'm feeling the 5-man RPs. They're going to be coming out. He's going to be able to empower Kiyotaka. They're just going to be able to shred. And, well, at least that's what Hellraisers hopes is going to happen for them. I have the Observer Ward down to half health if they want to deny it for Hellraiser's side here. I imagine the next time they see Zeus, if he throws a bolt, I know you don't take bolt often for Zeus in the laning stage. You might go something like 3-1-1, but some mid laners they even just max out the heavenly jump before they even 1 point with the bolt.
The battle begins.
Sometimes you just want that escape and extra mobility.
Yeah, helps a lot. Hellraisers, all right, they're starting off with 3 bounty runes this game, so slightly better start than the previous. Kiyotaka, who's he going to be hunting? I feel like the best is dying in the Ricky, well, the sports. You can get the Zeus a little bit as well, but I wonder if what he's going to be able to do around the map here. Well,
something to work with. But again, we have this nasty lane, the Lina Undying. It's not meta in the same way the Treant is. But how do you compete against it with Rubik Magnus?
Unfortunately, it's one of those situations feel like you really won't be able to, right? Like, it's just going to be a hard lane regardless. But if you can get, like we said, Skewer into the tower, but you have to get next to the tower, it's awkward. I think that it's going to be tough regardless. Bottom lane, though, at least they have the Clockwork as well as the Drow Ranger against the Tide Hunter. That's pretty good. You know, you have some slows, you have some control. You can just cog the Tide Hunter. You can't do anything about it except hit to get out. So I do think Hellraisers has at least a better safe lane duo than last time around.
Better, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. I mean, we just saw Tundra have the success with the Drow, so that's helpful. But now she's going up against the meta Lina. Mewtwo's been great on the safe lane position. I'm feeling this is going to be too much to ask of him.
Probably. Well, top lane here, Miro. How's he doing this time? He's getting some CS, you know. Again, much better than the previous game here. Just because the Drow, like, while the Lina can harass, it's not as impressive the Drow Ranger with the constant slow coming out against you. So, at least Miro's having a slightly better time. And of course, it's a Magnus, you know, with a Quelling Blade. He might get a couple points in power. And suddenly, Skeeter might be the one who's struggling to get that CS going. Decay coming out, always fun. And he's going for... Oh, can they get it? They do get it! Skewered back to the tower. Do they have enough damage? Beautiful use of the shockwave just to get him next to it. And they did it! We didn't... I mean, I was saying that I was sure that something that could actually be done, but Rubik left him to Skewer. And Hellraiser's off to a flaming start in game 2.
That's exactly what you want to do. Get the Undying shut down early, not let him cause too much trouble against your lineup.
Bottom lane, they're giving 33 a lot, so that solo EXP. He's actually level 3 here, whereas we can see that Sax, I think, has just returned level 2. So they are prioritizing giving 33 as much experience as they can, so he doesn't suffer. Miro, 2 points into the shockwave just so he can last hit, and I'm liking the start that we're seeing from Hellraisers right now. Although 9 is having a good time in the mid lane, and can they actually do enough damage to 33? He's look at it, just as it's a tickle coming out from V2 right now. He is literally they've been hitting him the entire time he's standing here. Okay, Cogs come out. Can they do anything? He's got 2 points in the crackle, 1 point in the anchor smash, literally taking 0 damage. So that's all the XP.
The anchor smash is so strong.
It's paying dividends for sure. That's all the XP. Oh, meanwhile, though, in the top lane, a couple of creeps gets pulled back here. Enters, we'll see if he wants to get and he denies 9. Yes, Kiyotaka 9, just neck and neck. It does feel like 9 comes out a tiny bit ahead due to those denies, but Kiyotaka was able to reach level 6 previously in game 1 first. I think he's gonna be able to do that as well here. Ruin does spawn. 9 gets the Watts Ruin, fills up his bottle. So Antares, he did not actually contest it, despite the fact that I think he could have. And well, this is a battle of the supports here. One guy's got Decay, the other guy's got Fate Bolt, and it is massively exciting. But we're not going to be watching that. We're going to go back to the mid lane here. that Sleight of Fist her spam is going to be hurting 9 and quite a bit as well. No Flame Guard for Kiyotaka. He's instead going for the Searing Chains, feeling like if he can just get on top of the Zeus with the Searing Chains, throw the Remnants at level 6, he will be able to get those kills. And I think that he's banking on that.
Don't need much more to get done, and we can see the Zeus is taking the walk back from base. Or at least buying some regen close to it.
It's fine. I mean, I like when you have Heavenly Jump and you can just sort of jump back. It's always a fun part of the ability here. A nice pull coming out bottom lane for Hellraisers, and so far, oh, this could be something here. They are going for Skeeter. Skeeter taking a little bit of damage here, trying to throw out the Light Strike array. He actually hits Antares, and well, that's not exactly the person he was aiming for. Can they get it? A Shockwave will get the kill. Soul Rip not getting him much heal because they wasn't able to hit much creeps, and Skeeter loses his life. And top lane, Hellraisers, again, just getting another kill on the board for them.
Apparently, it is a good enough lane to hold up against the Undying Lina.
Oh, the lift, they score him back. He's got 8, the extra strength to though, so he's fairly tanky. Sneaky just walks out, no problem. And ultimate coming out from 9. Vetoed. He forgot that Zeus was in the game. He was playing a little too close to the sun.
Nice to get that opportunity on the safe lane, and that's going to help keep things close. I'm surprised how well this Hellraisers draft is doing in this laning phase.
Same, but despite that, Tundra Esports, despite being a kill behind, including which was First Blood, they're still fine with the, like, economically they're not losing too much, you know. 9's farming, 33's getting gold, Skeeter's getting the CS he needs as well, and yeah, this aggression coming out from Hellraisers, it's good, but it's not giving them control of the map just yet. But if they keep it up, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tundra Esports start to sweat a little bit.
I think that's unlikely.
Mm-hmm. Right?
They've always been, you know, playing a little bit,
Radiant's top tower is under
not scrappy, but they always just go for some engagements, try to keep things even with the kill differential. And otherwise just chill to, you know, farm and see good old Undying stacks come in to help that Zeus out. About to get pimped out and back.
He also sneaking saving one of his skill points, not using it yet. Michael's putting it on Tombstone. Ranging, they scan and they find out. Are they going to be able to invade in time? Antares is here, and well, he's going to go straight for the Tombstone. So that'll be pretty nice if we can get. Looks like 9 wants to do not. Nope, 9 goes for the creep instead. He's taking a lot of damage. So unfortunately for him, he loses his life, but he willingly gives it, you know, for 9 to survive. Oh, Kiyotaka, he's hungry for more. Get the Searing Chains off. That's 9 losing a lot of health right now. Kiyotaka is chasing. He's got 2 remnants, but how deep do you want to go for this? Well, not to the enemy tier 3, that's for sure. Kiyotaka has a Searing Chain. Sleight Fist is available as well, but decides, alright, I've done enough. And he goes mid instead. And can he get a kill on Snaking? No mana though. Saxa going next to the tower, but it's a holy crap! Saxa jumps in but loses his life for Kiyotaka. However, 9 with the global ultimate gets basically 2 kills, securing the Rubik and the Ember Spirit.
And this is the issue. The Zeus, maybe at least not early, the best at getting last hits and farm in general. But if you just nuke enemy cores across the map and get some supports with it, you don't really need to get those early last hits, as you have your compensation mechanic built in.
He wants to Skeeter. Looks like he's gonna be skewered back. Well, not close enough actually, but Kiyotaka is on the way here. It's gonna be a bit of a longer TP, and looks like he's just not gonna go for it. They're gonna go for the Tombstone, maybe get a sneaking on top of it as well.
Good to save that Lina's life, but it will be costly. Just barely able to almost get away with that. Forces a lot of spells to be used, and most importantly, time. This is time for this Tidehunter to harass, push towards this bottom lane. There's no way Clockwork can even try to respond to this.
Yeah, he can just soak up whatever experience is there. In the meantime, Vito is going to be farming the jungle here. Top lane, Niero. Oh, big slice strike. Ray takes the damage. Laguna Blade actually screws him like half an inch, but the bolt of lightning brings him down the end.
Not having the best start early, but that's going to help bring it back. Get that little bit of gold built on up. It's a pretty deep remnant near the mid-tier 2 tower dropped.
Saxa already queuing up the shot. I sometimes see these position 4 Rubiks get like a couple of rate bans for the damage. Skeeter, can he get it? RP gets it. And Samir gets it. The Skeeter can't make it out, and looks like the tower is going to be enough. Tries to get a kill on Antlers, and he actually does with the help of 9. 9 so far is just his involvement has been pressed off, and Yotaka though lots of damage here. I think it was another arc light, so another hit coming out from 9. So I take it back.
I mean, don't need to walk around the map when you can just confirm it with an ulti.
I was like, why do I need?
And it's so problematic too because what should have been a nice pick on the Lina instead is an equal trade, if not a little bit of benefit favoring the side of Tundra.
I mean, they could still be a tiny bit happy that Skeeter's not having a completely free game. That's a bit of a positive, but I just love that they, in both games, by the way, Hellraisers has completely decided that no matter what 33 does, we're just going to leave him. In game 1 was Enigma, he just had a completely free game. In this game, it is with the Tidehunter. They just are very content to say, like, you know, we can't beat him. Like, we can't like, zone him out, we're just going to leave him as he is. Alright, hook shot lands, and this should be enough damage. All those sneaking, use the ultimate force, and holy moly! It's Solo who loses his life. Was it? Antus, he already had the arc lighting, but he steals it a second time. Why not? Yotaka, he's coming in from here from the back. Looks like they should be able to get a kill here on Snaking, and they do. Can they go for more? Skeeter turns into use the big ball, and he's out. They didn't even have RP, so it was going to be a bit of a wishful attempt anyway. Ah, there you go. That's 33.
I think the issue is this Tundra side. You have the Ravage, you have the Zeus ult, you have the Laguna Blade, a Tombstone if needed, and even the Sleep Dart on the Ricky. You just have all these opportunities to use these teamfight spells as often as you want. Just depends how much this team wants to dedicate and space them. But it allows, even though the Undying eventually gets clocked out.
Yotaka, looks like nope, Tundra's the one, sorry, Nine's the one who's able to get the Invis Ruin. It doesn't help you if you're Searing Chained actually, but something to save for later.
Yeah, trying to catch out the Undying's nice from the clockwork, but just all those ults means they can counter initiate and make sure the advantage just given their way instead. You know, and I like the proactiveness to use these ults. I saw last game, what, 1 or 2 black ults. I mean, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It was just a bit odd. Tundra a lot more proactive to take the fights this time.
Yeah, but I think they have to respond. They're forced to respond to Hellraisers, who's also a lot more active. So, I mean, we are seeing like it's not much of a net worth deficit this time around. It's fairly even. Oh, yeah, Tundra just doubles it to 2K, but you're talking about those ultimates. I mean, you have a Tidehunter. We can see if Antus is going to be able to steal Ravage. That really would equalize them. You know, RP and Ravage. Oof, Tundra would have a tough time dealing with that.
Will take them a bit to get there as we see that early level 10 talent, the bonus 20 damage on all of those right clicks you're machine gunning out on the Lina. So nice.
Buck say that what Icewar is going to do is he's going to reduce, you know, Lina level 10 talent damage reduced from 20 to 18. He's like, there it is. The hero's balanced, you know. He's perfectly fine now. Andrea's about to get lose that Arc Lightning. It's a pretty good spell. It's a maxed out Arc Lightning. Definitely one thing you want to be able to use in the next team fight. It's smoked up. Him and Kiyotaka, they might run into Skeeter if they keep going on the path that they do, and they do. They find him. Skeeter's there. Arc Lightning lands with his teeth that stays the light strike array. Perfect steal by Antares, and they do get a kill. Skeeter, he is being pressured this game for sure.
Yeah, it's a good handful of times he's been taking these pretty massive risks and getting caught out. He can't afford it. They are building this lead again on Tundra. But these picks from Hellraisers, they want to lean towards to try to keep this net worth as even as possible.
I like what Miero's going for. And
yeah, back on this tide on her. Help out.
Well, Solo, he's level 7. What can he do in this stage? He's going. I like the build up, but I think he's just gonna go to the grave instead. The first step will help you get out of all these smoke screens, but it's gonna take a while for him to get it. And Lina gets the 350 health talent. I've talked to, I think, a Harry Freak, and he's like, I think this is the biggest problem with the hero, is that this 350 health talent makes her just way too durable. So we'll see if Ice Frog decides to do any changes there. And
yeah, I think I might have mentioned it last time.
You too?
At some point. Yeah. Because the issue is she's supposed to be this like glass cannon sort of thing, but she's too tanky to get away with it.
Oh.
And again, this Ricky able to lurk around this sleep dart. That's a good catch. They try to respond to take out the Lina, but all the Magnus does is throw away his life with it. And now we got a bit of the lead snowballing for Tundra with those 2 cores taken down. The Lina being able to farm freely.
It does look a tiny bit of a stomp right now. I mean, it was even till about 7 minutes ago, but now it's, I guess, Sox is just crushing it. He is just crushing it with the Ricky, finding all these pickoffs for his team. Hellraisers, they do not have enough sentry wards around the map, or at least Sox is doing a really good job avoiding those ones. And Tundra, they got the first Aegis, 10,000 gold lead in the 20 minutes mark with the Lina. Trevor? Oh, that could be something. Oh god, another smoke screen. But Saxa, your luck's run out. He's not gonna get away with it 7 times in a row, is he?
I would certainly hope not. Even so, the damage has been done. He's on the support. He's at the bottom, even below the Undying. They're just trying to find a little bit of damage in the picks, and they've taken off the core so many times. It's not going to matter. Even if they catch the supports 1 or 2 times. It's 11k at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, Tundra's having a fantastic time. Well, I mean, at least we do have Rubik with the 4 staff to help people out. Unfortunately, it's like, this is such a nice pick, the Ricky, because the enemy team is forced to stick together. If you go solo, you get hit with a sleeping dart, the enemy team will be able to catch up to you and get a kill. So you can't farm to sort of come back. You're forced to go for these smokes. And guess what? Ricky is also really good at countering these just by walking into them.
Yeah, it's just able to constantly keep setting up, getting the counters off. And Tundra, a surprising move. They're going aggressive. Only at the 20-minute mark. They want to keep this pace fast.
Well, they might get the kill on Solo here. And oh god, the sleeping dart again! This is just disgusting to see. Oh god, how many times is he gonna get away with it? And will they go for V2 in here? Miero's around. He's got RP. He's gonna jump for it actually. Miero is. You know, looks like they are gonna be able to kill Saxa. Pretty much the best pick you want to get. Now you can take a team fight if they so choose. But there is a Ravage on the enemy side, so you have to always worry about it. Snaking is the target. Snaking, is he gonna be able to make it out? Nope. Snaking is gonna lose. So double kill for Kiyotaka. Hellraisers, will they consider smoking and going aggressive? It's an Aegis on the Lina. But Kiyotaka, he wants more.
And it's not a single core caught out. A small opportunity for the Ember to at least get damage in on the Zeus. But these cores just haven't died, and they certainly don't plan on it. That's going to help support them this road to dominance. The fact that they're able to get 10k, this is an even stronger lead, quicker than the first, with a little bit of a faster pace on top of it.
Yeah, and it's not like you can think like in the previous game where like, yeah, maybe Spectre late game can, you know, carry them to victory. And this one's like, it's a Drow versus Lina. You know, I favor the Lina every time. So it's not like the late game is going to go in favor of Hellraisers. Plus they have the Zeus as well. So the damage is always going to be high from their side. Leibniz finished on Skeeter. And this tower is going to be finished fairly soon as well. Now they
That's the first tier 2 removed. Map control. And now they can start effectively stopping this flame of Hellraisers and set up to 2-0 them.
Yeah, now Tundra can take the outpost, which limits the jungle for Hellraisers. And looks like they are doing. I like what Hellraisers is doing. You know, they're not just sticking to their base and not, like, oh, we're just gonna huddle. No, they are going out, trying to open up the map a little bit. Zeus has the Aghanim Scepter, so now when we see those sleeping darts come out, you can also expect a thunderstorm on top of it.
Just even more, like, it disables in this harassment lockdown that lets all this nuke damage come in.
He's got everything on this Zeus. The Aether Lens, the Aghanim Scepter, the Shard. The guy is decked out. 1-9, might consider. Oh, of course, the Kaya as well. How could we forget for extra damage? V2, they would see a Ricky coming. They are. They reveal that they have vision in the area. Of course, it was from the rocket, though. And Rubik, he steals pretty much the worst ability you can get. The Dragon Slave level 1. Not what you need in this game. Huh. Check it out. I am surprised, but Skier actually only puts 1 point on the Light Strike array. We oftentimes see people max it out because the cooldown reduces and the stun duration increases. But he only kept the Ops Sleeves only at level 1. Interesting. Oh, Solo.
Just wanting to go super hard on the stats and the right click, not worried about getting a long stun duration. Can you blame him? You got the Tide Hunter, you got the Zeus with the Sleek Dart too. You have so many ways to stop these enemy players on the side of Hellraisers from moving. Do you really need it?
Look like it. And to be fair though, it does. There's a Rubik, right? That's what means you don't want to max it out because Rubik is still a really good spell. But it's crazy to see him just go for this max set. Another Sleeping Dog comes out. Can they kill him? What? I think he got 4 steps away. What the hell was that? And misses the skewer. Who was the? Who used
Force staff, the circle, and when the only success you were fighting, which is constantly bullying this Ricky and Undying, you failed to catch the Ricky out with 3. I'm starting to get a bit worried from Hellraisers.
I think I've been worried for them since the game started, to be honest with you. But we can never count out the RP, right? Like we're gonna put all our eggs into the RP basket and hope that it goes well for them. Tundra. Looks like they're saying 33 here. He's in the front line. You don't want to engage on him, right? That's the problem. But he's just standing in the front like, hey, you guys want to do anything against me? Now in the meantime,
they just can't.
It's really unfortunate, right? You just see the enemy offlaner just doing whatever he wants. You're like, I wish we could actually do something about it. But they gave him too much respect in the laning phase. I hear a Sleeping Dart. And Solo. Like, he might... Yep, he's going to be losing his life. Even the Thunder Gods committed for that.
Just really take him out of the fight. And that just means that's even less gold this Clockwork can garner already significantly. Even the Ricky. Just fully shutting him out from the game.
Solo's okay with that. You know, he knows what he signed up for when he decides to play position 5. Trying to find a kill here on anyone. Saxa just has been this incredible mobile ward, finally locking them down. Top lane, we'll see if they can find Vitun. It's been a while since we've seen a big engagement though. It's mostly been Tundra getting those pickoffs, kind of waiting it out, growing their lead, as is the Tundra style. They might just waiting for the next rush before they do anything. All right, smoke coming out from Hellraisers. They know the Aegis is down. Can they get anything out of it? There's no Kiyotaka though, nor is there a V-Tune. I don't think this is the damage-heavy threesome you want to go ganking, honestly. Okay, Kiyotaka shows himself. K being used on 33, but I feel like you gotta decay him 10 times before it really has an impact. Antares taking that haste ruin. This left somewhere. Alright, here they go. Can they get a kill on Saxa? It looks like they are. Yes. Saxa's down. Tundra East. Sorry. Hellraisers. What are they going to do? There's no rush for almost 2 minutes, so you can't take advantage of that, but they at least can start around the map knowing that Saxa's not breathing down their neck.
At least for a moment.
Dire's middle tower is under
But again, you have this low net worth support. You need to get one of these cores through so you can get some gold to work with. You off this Undying and Ricky since minute 0. You need to get some juicy kills on the Lina now. She has all this gold and value. Probably not the Tide Hunter, but you can certainly try with the Zeus at least.
And they put a nice deep ward for Hellraisers near the Dire Ancient. The Dire Triangle. That means if they find the Lina or Zeus out of position, they could smoke and go for a crucial kill there. So, Hellraisers, they're still, they are definitely not throwing in the towel. They are playing very active. They're trying to do their best to find those openings and make the openings that they can get for themselves.
Even with those openings, this gold lead just keeps spreading out. Tundra just milking their way through, hitting the 30-minute mark, and they're going to go for a gank of their own.
Yeah, Roshan's up in about 20 seconds, but Tundra's not. They're not just waiting. They just want to go, see if they can get a kill, make an opening for themselves here. Nice rocket spam here, but comes out a bit too soon. Still no Roche. Skeeter, he's bored of playing hide and seek. He decides, let me just go straight up the tower. I like the move of the smoke screen on top of Skeeter, so if Miero links in, he can't skewer him away. Alright, Roshan is up. And Kyotak actually uses... Alright. Okay.
Now you can just go for the Roche, the BKB's pop.
Yeah, interesting. Kiyotaka getting a little scared in that situation. Rockets comes out, so both teams know this is happening. Now the question is, can Hellraiser do anything about it? Oh, Solo, he's throwing out the rocket, but he might be losing his life. Yep, the arc lightning.
All the lightning damage.
From a mile away, it's so fair with the Aetherless. It's just... He's just not breaking a sweat this game. He's just having a fun time. Although this could be another kill on Antares. He's got the Glimmer Cape, but it's a nice force step. Can they get out of this? It's like he... Oh, nope, no way he is. But in the meantime, they do get a kill on Snaking. So, Hellraisers, they get something on the board for their trouble.
Again, I don't think it matters. You have all this farm. You have the gap, the Ags. With the good old shard on the Zeus, he has it all.
Saxa
in his mind games.
He sees V2 walking next to the Sentry Ward, decides not to go for it. To go for Solo. Okay, but looks like it's just not getting enough. Still look, they make it out. Interesting move with the hook shot to go into danger. Unfortunately, he is gonna lose his life. And Saxa, he actually wanted to go for this outpost, ate a mango, got interrupted and realized that maybe they would come after him. But now he gets it for himself and the team.
Set up heavy damage.
Big Thunder God's Wrath spots them all, but V2 is able to force that himself to save not Kiyotaka. Oh.
He was so good in December in the previous game, but this Ricky is shutting him down.
It's very tough. Like, how do you play in a situation like this when you stand next to sentries, but obviously we're seeing Tundra make sure they take away the enemy's map control. Like the Zeus pick is so good for that. All right, they get the sleeping dart again on V2. V2 taking a lot of damage. The BKB does absolutely nothing. He loses his life. And like Gleipnir on 3, it looks like, oh man, Skeeter, he's fully online. He gets a double kill. Nine is like, yeah, let me get in on that action. It's a team wipe for Tundra Esports. Hellraisers, another valiant attempt, but it is just Tundra Esports crushing them and invited teams 6-0 against the group stage teams. Tundra Esports making it look easy in game 2. I mean, the whole series, honestly.
This was just an absolute stomping. I'm surprised. It feels like the second game went quick,
Yes.
even though that certainly wasn't the case. Just and that gives credit to just how dominant it was. Just able to make the drafts work and perform effectively.
Mm. I
And every
mean,
single player was so fun to watch. This Ricky is insane.
yeah, I definitely think that. I mean, Saxa deserves MVP in this one. Game one, I was like, come on, guys. You know, maybe the producer is a support player. Game two on the Ricky, absolutely incredible. I mean, and 33 and 9 didn't get kills. I gotta say, I mean, for 33 is just ignored. I'm not sure this is the way you want to handle it. It feels like giving him everything he wants is not working out for Hellraisers. 9 also just wasn't touched this game at all. 7-0-17. Snaking on the he died the most on the Undying, but that was kind of his job. Kept all the cores alive. Despite getting a few kills on Skeeter, he was also fine by the end of the game. And Skeeter gets MVP. What? Really? I mean, obviously well deserved. You know, we can never argue with our production team, but that feel like it was Saxa really running the show in this game. Skeeter, well, you know, he farmed, he did care, he did Lena things, and he was able to come out on top. So Tundra just,
I mean, after
I
that
mean,
first 5 to 10 minutes, he didn't get caught out at all. So, I was playing clean on that Lena,
mm,
all that space being made. And that's one of those details to mention. Hellraisers, every single time they were looking for a pick, they were
mm,
trying to find some gold, help get them to keep it competitive. And what do they find? An undying on and a Ricky occasionally. You
yeah,
can kill them as much as you want. They have nothing in their wallets. Not going to
and
get anything out of that.
plus 33 is also standing in front, and they just can't kill him. By the way, I think we will have an interview. Is it? I think it's with Snake. biggest threat for you guys there?
I think the top region, the top teams from each region are going to be in really good form. I think in Europe we have Betboom Liquid. Obviously, they're very
Mm.
fierce competitors, and also not to forget about Spirit, which they're also in this tournament. So we get a little preview of what's to come in the major. And I think from China, both it's just LGD and Aster. I think that
Yeah.
I've been really looking into. They look pretty formidable, and in NA and SA, all the same big dogs, EG and Beast Coast for SA. And I think for NA, I not too sure what Shopify Rebellion as well as TSM's conditions are, because we haven't scripted much of them,
Mhm.
but maybe especially with TSM being a new team, kind of a lot of newbies, maybe their first LAN on a major. It'll be interesting to see how they perform, because I think online and offline are very different. But for Rebellions, I think they'll actually perform better on a LAN environment because they're such experienced competitors.
Yeah, for sure. This year will
Bye bye, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a beauty of a matchup coming up next. Entity versus Gamin Gladiators. My name is DK Truman, and I am once again joined by Wingblade. Thank you very much for joining me, Wingblade. And this is looking like a pretty nice pre-major major.
Oh, for sure. I am so excited. Yesterday I said, well, maybe the top teams from the group stage, they can be a real contender in this tournament, and they can pose a real challenge to these invited teams, and then all of them got totally thrashed. And I said yesterday might be the match of the tournament. I think this might be the match of the tournament.
I would have to concur. I mean, to be fair, there's also Spirit and Tundra that are still left. There's so many matches that are so spicy in the last part of the playoffs. All these beautiful major contending teams out here. I think all of them have, all four that are still left. And obviously there is, if I'm not mistaken, Urdu that still has to play their match. I think that one is tomorrow against Team Spirit. But yeah, in the upper bracket, you got four major contenders. It's actually surprising to me that they managed to still play this tournament so close to the major, to be fair. But nonetheless, we do get ourselves a little bit of a treat here. Entity versus Gamin Gladiators. Oh, these are two teams that I've always loved. Obviously, been a big fan from like the Viking GG days. So Toby on one side, Stormer, and on the other side, Celery, Ace. Good teams, fun teams.
Same. I've played with Celery on a team, and I've played with Stormer on a team, so I'm rooting for both of these teams, and no matter who wins, I'm gonna be happy.
At the very least, we'll definitely be treated to a fun game, because everyone on these rosters are just really great. I mean, Watson for a while now, I think he started at Bait, then went to Hellraisers. Entity is an interesting team in that regard, because they always manage to, like, the main core of the lineup stays about the same, and they only swap out their safe laner. But then I think they started off with Chrysalis, then they went to Pure, and now they have Watson. So they always have like top tier safe laners just swapping in, which is very nice to see. And obviously, Gamin Gladiators, they have Quinn, which that's just fun.
Yeah. It's insane though. They keep finding carries that are like not established yet. Like this is their first big team, and then they manage to really make them shine. And I love that about Entity. Like Watson, he played for like Bait, right?
Yeah.
But playing in Bait isn't exactly like the biggest achievement in Dota. So you're like, okay, maybe he looks decent in that team, but the team is still losing all the time, right? So how good can he really be? And then he gets picked up and suddenly he really shines. And now I would say that Watson is one of the most impressive young carries alive at the moment.
Yeah, it's a beauty of what some people can do. Obviously, Chrysalis has left the team, but he did, of course, have a lot of experience with finding talents with like the Creep Wave rosters and such, and eventually establishing together with this group the Entity roster, where Fishman, I guess, was the most renowned player in the roster. I mean, Storm obviously played in a lot of teams, but he played in, teams with you, so never that high.
Yeah, fair enough. That's true.
But yeah, Fishman probably had the most experience of the entire bunch. It's nice to have that as a position 5. I don't know if they're necessarily playing with Kataomi in the tournament, or if I've missed that, but we'll have to wait and see for that regard. But looking at these two teams,
mean Ricky yesterday.
You said what? He played Ricky yesterday?
Yeah, a really mean one. Like normally Ricky isn't strong in lane, but he looked like a viper in lane. It was insane.
I mean, he makes safe 4 positions Sven work. There's not many people that can make that work. We do have the draft starting off, and luckily enough, they're practicing for the Lina Major there by banning out the Lina immediately on the Gamin Gladiator side. No fun when that hero joins the roster. But looking at these two teams, do you think that they are on equal footing, or do you give one team a slight edge over the other?
Ooh. I would like to say that they're pretty much on equal footing. Like, I don't particularly favor one too much over the other. Judging by DPC results, maybe you could give a slight edge to Gaming Gladiators, because they were 5-2 and Entity were 4-3. So I guess that matters a little bit, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, obviously also both teams with this new DPC, you had, as mentioned, Quinn joining the Gaming Gladiator side as the only swap up, and on Entity it was Watson joining. So they had their DPC run, they had their boot camps and whatnot. They should now be well versed with playing together. And there we have a disgusting hero that did not get banned out, the Broodmother, that is an ace hero. To be fair, anything that is microable is an ace hero ever since, I mean, it is that it's not in the in this current meta, but otherwise I'd see so many meepos coming out from that ban, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm still longing for the days that we get Meepo offlane and awkward and being viable, and then Ace will win TI for sure.
That meta is coming. Ice Frog is cooking it up right now. He sees too much Lina. Nah, we want to have some disgusting fun. Nerf all AoEs on all heroes and then bring back the Meepo.
Hell yes, let's do it. I'm all for it. Love that hero.
Okay, Snapfire. Good hero to counter out the Tombstone from the Undying. Always a nice addition. It's a Tofu. I don't necessarily... Does Tofu play their Celery most of the time?
I don't think either one has played it recently. So it's hard to say. I think it's more of a Tofu hero. But like in the DPC and this tournament, no one on GG has played Snapfire, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, obviously Celery is more of a Chen, Eng kind of hero. Chen's kind of terrible right now. Eng is still pretty doable. I think they still pick it up occasionally in certain matchups, obviously, because you need to have some advantage from the hero, otherwise you're going to get overwhelmed. But with the Undying, normally you'd think of a combination that's like a Drow Ranger or Snipers, something that he can keep alive. However, with the... Would you go the same route with the Ace Brood already picked up?
It's really awkward because you kind of want to have a melee carry that can box out the Broodmother, something like a Slark. But now you have an Undying, which means that you kind of want a range carry, but you don't want a range carry against Brood, so I have no idea what they're gonna do. I do love this Pungo pick. I think it's the best first phase response to a Brood. And you're not gonna lane them against each other, but you just take over the lane once Brood hits level 6. And then the tower is gonna remain alive a lot longer.
Yeah, the obvious Bloodseeker ban, because you're playing against the Ratio. The man that likes playing the slightly out of meta unconventional safe laners like Dawn, Bloodseeker, hell, his Mars, that was always a big surprise, somehow won. He does also play Viper safe lane, which I hope to God we won't see, because that is just horrible to witness regardless. But the Pango pick is a nice one. It is slightly flexible, because if I'm not mistaken, both Toby and Stormstormer play it. But then again, they kind of have a lineup where both Toby and Stormstormer play it is synonymous to 90% of the heroes that they play. Because there's also like the they pick up Visage, and then who's gonna play it? No idea. We'll have to wait and see.
Yep. So now we do still see the Slark ban coming out from Gaming Gladiators. I suspect that they think that Kataomi might pick up the Undying for position 4, and then still go for something like a CM Slark or CM Monkey or something like that for the safe lane. Which is definitely what I would do, because I wouldn't want to lane Undying against Brute.
Yeah, especially because if it's a 4-position Snapfire next to the Brood, and you can't really even use Tombstone a single time in the lane, because it's just going to get blasted immediately with the little Shredder. That means, yeah, it's just not a fun lane for the Undying. Obviously, it is the first pick, so they did manage to counter it pretty quickly. So that's no big surprise. But here we have a couple more bans. They're getting rid of all the safe laners. Monkey, Bloodseeker, Slark, and the Sniper taken out of the running. Sniper could have been a hero that they could possibly have gone for themselves, but considering they banned it out, they're probably looking for something that doesn't have like the biggest of reach in their lineup.
Yeah, I touched upon this briefly yesterday, but banning Watson's comfort heroes is so difficult, because then you have to ban Morphling, Monkey King, Slark, Terrorblade, Nature's Prophet, Pudge, Lina, Drow Ranger, Naga Siren, Marcy, and TA, and you don't have that many bans.
Well, yeah, that's one plus of having like a very young, super talented player is, you know, the old guard, you know what they play, and very rarely do they actually deviate from like their set path. But when you have players like Dyrachyo, like Watson joining in the ranks, I mean, Dyrachyo is 21 years old, Watson is 20 years old. Like, they play this game nonstop. They've played everything, practiced everything. I'm actually baffled that Dyrachyo is 21. I did not know that he was that young, considering the pretty big amount of teams that he has already played in.
Ooh, and Gamin Gladiators, they pick up the Crystal Maiden. I was gonna suggest that one for Entity, but GG steals it away, and I think that answers our question if it's gonna be Celery on the Snapfire or Tofu.
Ooh, that's a good one against Brood. That's also a fun one, because it's just really entertaining. Watson is a super good Pudge player. That one's surprising. That one I definitely did not see coming. A Shadow Demon without necessarily immediately seeing a reason for the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Maybe they just want to block out certain picks. Like, you're probably not gonna pick an Ursa for GG anymore, because it's just gonna get kited now. But to touch back on the Pudge pick, I don't actually think Pudge is that good against Brute. I don't know. You can't really kill the Brute until level 6, and the damage reduction or the damage block that you have, it only lasts for a short amount of time, and Brute can just go in, wait for the Pudge to pop the flesh heap, and then just go back, and then go back in again. It's not a bad pick, and it's gonna survive the lane, but I've seen Pudges get destroyed by Brute. We'll see.
Wow,
I think it's especially difficult because they have an Undying 5 as well, and not something with a stun. So nothing stops Brood from just putting like 2 points in Insatiable Hunger and right-clicking.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a safe lane Pudge to be 100% honest. I have seen Pudges, for instance, win against Pucks a lot. Actually, it was considered one of the counter picks to Pucks most of games. I think, well, it was a couple of months ago, but still, a lot of teams went that route. And also, Undying doesn't 100% have to be a support, because Toby has played offlane Undying before. They could try something really nutty. I mean, it is, you know, obviously they're trying, because there's a pretty big prize pool in this tournament. A 100k prize pool. God, that's a lot. But a little bit of flexibility here, see what they can make happen. Obviously, these two teams know each other, because I expect them to be each other's best scrim partners.
Yeah, they still have some options to swap things around. I have to say, I'm not 100% expecting it, though. I feel like we're pretty set with these lanes, and they're just gonna pick a Toby offlaner. But we'll wait and see. Gamin Gladiators, they need themselves a carry, and despite what I said, Entity, they still ban out the Ursa, just to be safe.
Yeah, also the DP gets banned out because Gamin Gladiators, I don't want to pick a DP against Shadow Demon. Demonic Purge makes DP very sad. if you are not able to run around. Also, you are playing with Katomi. Could there be a possibility that this is a 4-putt? I'm trying to think, can they flex it at all at this stage? I mean, I assume it's just going to be straight up Watson Pudge. The Shadow Demon is just kind of weird because you can't disrupt someone and then hook them. So you don't have like an easy hook setup either, because the illusions are just going to be everywhere and it's going to be really hard to get that lineup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if Entity wins the series, we can ask them about it. But for now, I'm just as vexed as you are. I like Shadow Demon as a hero a lot, but I tend to like it picked early, so you can like steer the opponent's draft in a certain direction. But who knows? Lifestealer ban now coming out. Another good hero against both Pudge as well as the Pango. And Undying as well. Just a really good pick here in general.
Yeah, currently, because it's so odd, I'm slightly liking Gamin Gladiators draft more. However, Pudge doesn't actually have a bad game necessarily. Like the Brood, as you mentioned during the laning stage, may be a little bit annoying, but for the most part, it's hard to kill off this Pudge with the heroes that they have. That's why they ban out the Lifestealer and Ursa, because they need some heavy hitting single target hero. Otherwise, you're going to have a Pudge just farting all over his enemies and winning the game that way.
Mm-hmm. There we have the respect ban for the Toby Brewmaster. Let's see, which comfort heroes does he still have? They could go for a centaur, but I don't like that too much. I feel like they're gonna pick some kind of weird hero.
Phenomancer! That's a Toby hero. It's a disgusting one, but it is a Toby hero.
It is a Toby hero, but I don't think they're gonna pick it here. Because they don't see the opposing carry just yet.
I mean, they don't have a Slark, they don't have Lifestealer. They would probably go for Jug at that stage, which obviously is not even that bad. Except for the Shadow Demon would then have a target to disrupt in case of Omni Slash and stuff.
And they could just pick something like a Naga or a Drow or something like that, and it's
Or
gonna
a
deal with
Visage.
Venno just fine. So
That is
they
still
pick
flex.
up a Visage.
Because
Okay.
Visage versus Puck seems like a pretty good matchup as well.
It's an okay matchup, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you wanna pair the Visage together with either the Undying or the Shadow Demon. I feel like Pango's gonna have like a 50-50 matchup
Choose
in
Ooh.
the mid lane, where in the off lane he's probably gonna lose quite hard. And it is gonna be a carry Marcy.
It has been successful quite often, to be fair. And core Marcy seems to be way stronger than support Marcy at the moment. We've seen it off lane in some regions being played a lot. As you mentioned, both these safe laners like playing Marcy. So we'll have to wait and see what it's going to bring. It is going to be no real big surprises, unfortunately, in terms of the draft. You have the Pudge in the safe lane. I mean, obviously, surprises in regards to the heroes. Way too many surprises in regards to theirs, but no surprises in where they eventually will turn out to be. Safe lane Pudge and whatnot. The lineup is spoken for mid Stormer on the Pango and the off lane Visage with the Shadow Demon 4 and the 5 Undying. But with that last pick, Marcy, is that good enough to be able to take down the Pudge?
I think so, yeah. They have some good tools to deal with Pudge. They have the Brood, they have the Puck as well. I think this is a pretty good Pudge game, but all things considered, I would still slightly favor the Gamin Gladiators draft. But honestly, this is a hard game to call because, as you mentioned, we have quite a few unconventional heroes. And while Visage is still one of my favorite heroes and the one I used to be known for back in the day, I'm not super up to date with like all of the matchups because no one else plays that hero.
It's probably just, okay, I think, against the Marcy. It's a Marcy
think in
Crystal
lane-
Maiden. There's actually definitely a lot of kill potential, but you do have the save from the Shadow Demon with you. So I think it should be just fine. For the most part, it's probably just going to be like Guardian Greaves pipe build. I've seen some like Wraithback still being built up, but you are up against a Snapfire plus Marcy, so that Wraithback dies in seconds. So I think probably Guardian Greaves pipe build, just same as the Brood on the other side, to be fair. And then the mid matchup, Pango versus Puck, which definitely has a lot of kill potential on each other. And really is a skill-based matchup, because I've seen it go either way a lot of the times, especially once a rotation comes in, you could easily get a kill secured, but we'll have to wait and see. I think these drafts are pretty 50-50. I prefer the Pudge in this game for the most part. And that's about it. I just prefer the Pudge here. Marcy obviously can be very scary, and I expect it to be very scary as well. But Pudge is Bay. He has terrible lineups, though. Like, no one in his team sets anything up for him.
Ooh, Diracho, he's trying to run close.
Why? Why is Ace playing the most terrifying spider skin? That one
So
actually
lovely.
is terrifying.
Yeah, you have a few that like the ice skin, which is like, oh, that's an interesting
cute.
concept, and this one is like, yikes.
Yeah, this one is the stuff of nightmares.
It's so like shiny and slimy. It's awful.
Yeah, and those long legs. Disgusting. Though, speak of disgusting, Quinn's going to get first blooded. Kataomi gets the kill. Did cost Celery a lot of mana, it seems, but the Puck is down just yet. Will be able to TP towards mid regardless, but nonetheless, not too shabby of a start here for Entity.
Yeah, we're gonna be very happy with that one. Shame they got it on the Shadow Demon, but he's probably gonna be happy. Both mid laners.
Mid matchup, Stormstormer's taking a pretty heavy beating at this point, and just focusing primarily on right clicking and bullying out Stormstormer. My God.
And I mean, Stormstormer, he just knows no fear. He's like, ah, the orb is on cooldown, I'm gonna be fine. Ooh. When hits level 2, he's not gonna go for it. Weak. I mean, Stormstormer did have a Fairy Fire, so Quinn would have died. But still.
Yeah, it's a disgusting game of bait and switch in the mid matchup. Both of them playing with the Fairy Fire, trying to bait the other in an uncomfortable spot. Both are sending out their bottles, so there will be plenty enough sustain to be able to survive in the mid lane matchup with the water runes coming out. That's the unfortunate part, of course. Wait, Watson's courier got killed. I got a little bit spooked there. That someone just sniped one of their couriers. Nice hook coming in. Watson going in for ace. Seems to be able to get the kill secured, and indeed he does manage to get it done. That is a big play for the Pudge. And Watson, while he is renowned, same with Diracho to be fair, for absolutely acing those hooks.
That was really nice. I feel like they needed that kill, because if Ace could just heal back up to full with Insatiable Hunger, this lane could have gotten out of control, but this is exactly what Pudge needs to have happen.
Yeah, get stacks and stacks and stacks of the flesh heap early on. That's always a nice little additional bonus on the hero. Infinitely scaling, as they say. Oh, Toby.
Getting a bit low.
Getting a little bit bullied in his lane, but that's not too surprising. You are up against two pretty heavy controlling heroes in the Crystal Maiden plus Marcy. Very good at repositioning you as well, so that lane, it would be surprising if he would be able to dominate it.
I do think that once Toby hits level 6 on this Visage, he's gonna be an absolute menace on the map. He did disconnect indeed.
Oh, look at that. The beautiful Quinn right there in the bottom.
I love
completely
Quinn.
fully
He's such a
focused on biting
character.
his fingernails. Well, top lane. Fishman did drop the tombstone that keeps the enemies away. One downside that Pudge tends to have is, of course, his armor. At the start of the game, it is kind of horrible. That's why they initially start with some armor items most of the time. And in a lane where Brood, you're up against Brood, you kind of do need some extra armor items. Not, of course, for the spiders, but his Insatiable Hunger is a very strong spell as well.
Mm-hmm. Even more lag. While Storm is in the air doing a backflip, they pause the game.
If you phase shift this, you owe me $10. Exactly. Well, they are very friendly with each other.
Yeah. I was in a pub with Quinn the other day, and someone tipped him. I believe it was Lil Pleb, like a high rank EU player, and Quinn immediately went, "Do we have beef, bro?" Oh, I love him.
Yeah, Lil Pleb, I think, plays for Tribe, Final Tribe, if I'm not mistaken. Currently, the LeBron team.
Ancient Tribe, I believe.
Ancient Tribe. Ah, yeah, Final Tribe is a different roster, actually. That was an older team.
And yeah, it's good stuff.
Though currently with Katami playing the Shadow Demon, to be fair, he is the king of playing unconventional for positions. What kind of item build do you expect the Shadow Demon to go for this game?
I think just the normal items, that being Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Ether Lens, those kind of things. I don't think there is a big reason to rush an Aghanims or something like that. I feel like he just needs the basic support items here.
It is pretty good demonic purge that Marcy, because it constantly purges off buffs, so that means you can't get the lifesteal buff kept on yourself, which is actually pretty big.
Yeah, that's nice, but you don't need Aghanims for that.
Yeah, no, it's just the normal one. Though the
Right.
big plus with eventually, if you get to that point, which most Shadow Demons don't, where you get like the Aghanim Scepter and then the Shard, and then you have like too many spells to cast.
Yeah, you need like a second keyboard.
Well, they are struggling currently with lag, it seems, on both these sides.
Right, Storm, not gonna get $10 from Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn's he's gonna keep a tight hold on his money, but currently we do have a 2-kill lead for Entity. But again, net worth favors Gamin Gladiators here. That's mainly because that Snapfire has gotten a lot of creep kills as well.
Yeah, that's actually quite surprising. It's like when your support is quote helping you with CSing and then just taking your creeps.
Yeah. You were never gonna hit that creep anyway, so might as well give it to me. Okay, bottom lane, Garaccio going in onto Toby, but Katomi gets himself a lot of stacks onto Celery, and Celery's gonna get cracked here. Never got rid of the stacks. Garaccio went a little bit aggressive there when his Crystal Maiden was already on 2 stacks of the Shadow Poison. At that point, yeah, you probably want to reset it.
Yeah, and they didn't get off the Frostbite before on the Visage as well, but ooh, Watson getting very low and he is gonna go down.
But Fishman's got himself a bunch of zombies, and Fishman gets a double kill. Oh, that is a happy camper Undying. Still has a bunch of mangoes left. Obviously, it's a little bit unfortunate that for them that the Pudge died, but they got a pretty decent amount out of that fight in return.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. And having some early levels on Undying is quite nice, because he's usually so underleveled.
Garaccio. Shadow Poison spam. Kataomi. There's a lot of damage coming in. Can he get away? Oh, they tried to combo it. They were a little bit off the mark. One more Shadow Poison stack would have been enough to kill off Duracho, but they tried to pop the Shadow Poison with 4 stacks and then immediately hit it with the Soul Assumption from the Visage, but the timing was a little bit off for the Entity side, and that cost them a lot of mana.
Yeah, the disruption was a bit unfortunate.
Oh, they're gonna get control onto Kataomi. Duracho being slowed, but not slowed enough. Will be taken down. While in mid, Dreamcoat gets used. Pango is not level 6 yet. Storm is on the run, but he gets taken down. Does hit level 6, but nonetheless, it is Quinn that is definitely winning that mid lane matchup against Storm at this stage.
Alright, very nice solo kill there. Even with the raindrop charges, it wasn't enough.
Oh, that's a nice Watson hook. They do lose Fishman. Watson wants to go for more, but Ace is starting to become a pretty big bully here. And they're starting to lose kind of all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it's not going super great for Entity right now. This is before the Brute level 6 as well. I feel like it's only gonna get worse.
Oh, Watson wants to get a hook in return. Ace almost gets taken down. And there's the Insatiable Hunger heal. Back to full is that Brood Mother. That's why it is most of the time first ban material. It is disgusting how hard it is to deal with it. And yeah, as you mentioned, this is before he actually gets to the point where he becomes the Brood Mother.
Yeah, right now he just has like slightly faster movement speed and some right click damage.
Oh, actually, Toby is going for the Vlad's first item rush. Interesting choice. Watson gets blown up. Fishman needs help. What do you think that that's going to come through? He's actually trying to press further forward. But I guess 10 magic wand charges, 32 stolen strength.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's a bulky boy.
This is why I'm... Ooh, Storm. He has a lot of sticks. Not enough. Not enough at all.
Yeah, they are getting pretty much killed off in every single lane at this stage. Entity struggling during the laning stage. Toby is really low on the net worth chart. As you can see, Hell, the Undying is catching up to him. Not too surprising, obviously, with that double kill, but does paint a painful picture at this stage. Fishman drops Tombstone and immediately is going to get taken down by Tofu. They're actually going to find another kill onto Watson, possibly. Rolling Thunder comes in. Can they get the control onto Ace? He needs to get the stun connection, but Ace,
footwork.
as you said, is pretty fast. But not fast enough. Stormer does end his life with that swashbuckle. Watson desperately needs the level 6 to be able to survive in the lane.
It was a nice rotation by Stormer because it is, as I mentioned in the draft, Pudge isn't actually that great against Brute because Brute can just walk up with the Insatiable Hunger and right click him. He's going for a Vanguard, so that's gonna help a little bit.
4k net worth lead for Gamin Gladiators. That's what you get if you win all 3 lanes. And controlling this puck is going to be really hard as well for Entity. Celery does get spotted out. Gives away that they have most certainly a high ground ward in the area. And Quinn, with Dreamcoat and his Illusory Orb should be fine. Oh my lord, that one got a little bit scary there. If he hits that hook, then you could have had a beautiful play. Dreamcoat into Kisses combo does some significant damage, but didn't hit everything, so they will walk it off on Entity. While bottom lane, Toby gets jumped here by Duracho, who popped his ulti for it. With the TP rotation from the Undying Fishman. He's just coming in to say hi.
Duracho tried to go for the kill with the ultimate pop, or whatever it's called, like the big AoE pulse. but just
I don't-
slightly out of range.
I don't know what it's called either.
Leash pulse, I guess.
Yeah, something along those lines. Oh, that's a nice cookie stun. Tofu, big fan, is playing really well on that Snapfire. This game has pretty much been able to manhandle the top lane with his spell usage, getting rid of the tombstone every time immediately, and in general point blank shotgun blasts. Pretty effective.
And Quinn, he's already gonna have his Witchblade out. That's gonna be so much damage, and this is the item that pushes Pudge over the edge from just like a controlling hero with some damage to an actual solo kill threat for a lot of these entity heroes.
Yeah, Watson, he knows what's coming. TP's out. They are going to look to get a fight top lane and take the tier 1 tower while Dirachi is being chased in the bottom lane. Tombstone has been dropped, but he's a pretty elusive hero as well. And Dirachi gets behind the tower. Are they going to continue? My god, they go deep for Stormstormer, but they do kill off Stormstormer. So there's no Pango. That is a definite plus, and a mass TP coming in. Celery with the ulti. Fishman is in a rough spot. Watson doesn't have a lineup for the hook either. It's Dreamcold in the process, and Dirachi with the ulti will be able to finish off that Pudge. They are getting demolished on Entity right now.
Yeah, Gamin Gladiators looking really good here in this game 1. All 3 of the cores are leading by at least 1,000 over their counterparts, and in some cases even doubling up on the network.
Look how far farmed Tofu is as well. Like, he's catching up. He's catching up to the Pudge. Nice TP cancel. Racho should fall. This time went a little bit too aggressive, and Toby will be able to at least get a little bit of catch-up money. But Tofu being just 400 gold away from the enemy safe laner, 500 gold away from the enemy mid laner is horrifyingly scary.
Yeah, it's insane. What's he gonna do with all of this money? Is he gonna buy like a quick Aghanims and throw the Marcy in? That would be pretty great.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
I do love the Gobble Gobble. It is a very throwy item a lot of the time as well, so you gotta be very careful. Oh,
no.
catch here on the Pango. And yeah, Stormstormer is having a terrible time. Also, he needs a shard, because if I'm not mistaken, you can use your roll up while you're Dream Cold, right? And then go into Rolling Thunder.
Dire's top tower
Ooh,
is under attack.
I would think so. But I'm gonna go check that.
Are fortified.
Quickly checking out demo mode to figure out all the combinations. Fishman drops the tombstone on the high ground. It does do a little bit, but Tofu is quickly trying to get rid of the tombstone. Actually, nice catch there from Watson. Tofu cannot get rid of the tombstone, and they managed to get a surprisingly big kill with that Snapfire, dying a 4-kill streak secured for Toby. They fall back currently. So they're finding a couple of nice kills on Entity, but the big difference is their farming potential is just way lower. The map is completely controlled by Gamin Gladiators. You have Brood farming the dire jungle. Every time Stormstormer tries to farm his jungle, he just gets taken down by the puck. And Quinn is pretty good, as you can see on the net worth chart. He is really, really good. Diracho is going back in. There's no backup at the moment for Toby just yet. Shadow Demon is walking forward. Resummon the familiar so he can have new stuns. Nicely done by Toby to make sure that Celery doesn't pop the ulti, expecting the move to come through. Shadow Poison stacks are coming through. Toby will get taken down. Celery will fall in return to Racho. Can they get the TP continuation? Yes, they can. They keep Katomi alive, but in the meantime, they lose the Pudge somewhere else on the map together with the Undying.
And they're gonna lose both familiars as well, and they were just resummoned. That's really awkward as well. And oh no, Storm, oh no.
Well, that is a roll into TP just to get out of there. Still building up his Diffusal Blade on the Pango. Oof.
We need so much help.
Yeah. Watson also only has the Vanguard done. So Zag and himself is going to take a very, very, very long time.
Yeah, and that is awkward because Aghanim sees you a farming item, but he felt forced to buy a Vanguard first, which means that he's not gonna have his farming item until really late. And Fishman, he's not gonna have anything except for another trip to base.
Ooh, that was a nice hook from Watson. And they're gonna go in for Ace. Well, Celery tries to block any entries. I guess Watson could not manage to get the control going there onto Snapfire. Tofu got away with, I guess, either a cookie or a 4-staff. Was slightly out of screen. Those odds over on your screen paint a very obvious picture. However, there's still a chance to get yourselves a 10 times odds bet correctly. And obviously, if you want to check that out, don't forget to head over towards Betboom and use the banner below the stream to get yourselves a $15 free bet.
Entity, they tried to go for a kill on the Ratio there, but they couldn't quite find him, and at the same time Ace takes down the tier 2 and instantly Gamin Gladiators gets the outpost.
Well, 9k net worth lead in 16 minutes time. They're ready to knock on the high ground. Full pipe is almost secured as well. Did go for the full pipe instead of the Guardian Greaves finish, which I've seen a lot more people do, depending obviously on the matchups that you're against, but a lot more people do than just rushing the Guardian Greaves first item these days, considering pipe's pretty good.
Pipe is definitely very good, especially this game. A lot of magic damage coming out.
Yeah, it's almost primarily magic damage at this stage.
Entity once again. Maybe this time they'll find the Ratio. They should be able to, right?
Well, Demonic Purge was thrown out. He is slowed down heavily, but Duracho is just going to walk it off. And Demonic Purge is over. So that didn't go as planned.
One day they'll successfully gank him.
But that is not this day. Watson. Maybe a random hook. Come on. Show us the punch skills.
Almost a BKB for the Ratio, and then he's truly never gonna die again. Quinn at 11k net worth at 18 minutes. That is insane.
On a Puck, which obviously Puck can kill off creep wave pretty nicely, but it's not the safe laner, and it's not like a beast TB or something. It's just Quinn. It's just Quinn.
It's just Quinn. Level 12 for the Ratio as well. BKB is done, Brigand's Blade as well, and this guy is ready to pop off.
Yeah, with the BKB, they do still have a couple of annoyances with the Pudge spells and the Demonic Purge. But for the most part, you can just jump in the fight and go ham. If you have backup from your teammates. Their Ace already heading in towards the Roche pit, starting it off. And it does get scanned out. Will they use any big cooldowns for it? It seems like they're just going to try and right-click it down. However, there's a big smoke gang coming out from Entity. So you got to be a little bit careful, considering no one is standing outside of the Roche pit. It does get scanned by Gamin Gladiators. They know what's coming, but do they take down Roche in time? Tombstone gets dropped, quickly jumping in. That's Fishman in trouble. Fishman is dead. Tombstone gets taken care of. Watson, he's trying to go for anything here. Quickly goes for the Duracho Nom Nom. And it's not really going to be that favorable because they are getting bullied back. They lose 3, they lose Roshan, and the GG gets called by Entity. They know that that was their last and only chance to try and get themselves back in the game. 19 minutes, and Entity, they got schlacked to a degree that I definitely did not see coming.
Yeah, same. My goodness. Okay, that game ended way before I expected it to. I was expecting like a Roche, and then they get an Aegis. They choke out Entity even more, then they maybe get like a set of racks, take one more fight, and then the GG is called. But the Entity was like, nah, never mind, this is over. You're leading by so much, and now you get an Aegis as well. We have no way of getting back into this game, and I honestly don't really blame them, because if you look at their heroes, they have a Pungo Pudge Visage, and none of those heroes play particularly well from behind. So yeah, Gamin Gladiators, they look good. They look really good.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Getting ready for the big Lima Major, but yeah, this was a very one-sided affair. Kind of what you would expect if you lose all 3 lanes. It gets out to snowball territory, and as you mentioned, not really the best heroes to come back into the game. Granted, you were not against like the most strong lineup in terms of late game potential, but it still was miles ahead. And as you can see, the MVP of game number 1 was Quinn, who did a pretty good job. He did a pretty good job. I think
Getting
his
a
own
solo
death...
kill in that lane on one of the best mid laners in the world is pretty impressive.
His only death, if I'm not mistaken, was the one that he started off the game with, and then come TPing in, still winning the lane comfortably. That was a comfortable win as well, because he bullied Stormer completely out of the lane, and yep, not much more to be said there. And hopefully we'll see Entity recuperating, bring out another one of their fancy weird drafts for game number 2, and give us a show, because we Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 was, we can forget about that. Game number 2 draft will be starting momentarily. Wingblade, there's hopefully some nice changes to be added in. One thing that I find a little bit scary is that the Brood has not been banned.
Gamin Gladiators.
Yeah. So again, Entity pick up this Undying. I don't really like Undying as a hero, and I don't get why people ever pick him, let alone first phase. So we're gonna see Brood Snapfire again, right? Because why wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't they? Yeah, I mean, it is a Fishman hero. It is a really, like, it's probably his most played hero, the Undying. But yeah, I do agree with you. If you have just been destroyed in that lane by specifically that combination, either you ban one or you pick the other. And they're gonna go for a very, they like immediately go for the Bat Rider pick. Is that, I mean, it's another one of those things. They flex the hero all the time. So, I mean, back in the day, Pure was actually the one that played it safe lane as well. I think Dyrachyo actually also played it safe lane once during the DPC. So they're kind of nutty with their flex.
So I do think that Stormstormer Batrider is very good. I thought Stormstormer Pango was also very good though.
Just got
But
focused.
hey, doesn't work out today, and they just switch it up slightly. But I feel like Quinn, he should be able to deal with the Bat in lane, right? Of course, his go-to hero against Bat, the Leshrac, is already banned. But he has some more options than just the Lesh.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of heroes still available. We've seen from Alliance, for instance, they still play the SF mid. That is always an option. And considering these guys have quite a big hero pool, I mean, Stormstormer plays everything that Toby plays pretty much. And Quinn's got his own experience, even though I think Quinn is, I don't know, slightly more like basic mid laner. With obviously a couple of its separations, but it's not like kind of nuts like a Gunner or a Thompson in terms of his mid lane hero pool. He just likes stable, solid heroes. Stormstormer likes going nuts.
I guess that's fair. We have seen some Quinn Huskar. That would be fun. I think it's not super great against Bat, so they're probably gonna pick something else.
I mean, that's the thing. They don't know if it's a bad mid, so there's also that little bit of threat that comes out. Because Toby plays it, if I'm not mistaken, also in the offlane. Even though Bat offlane hasn't been super amazing, it has still been picked in the last DPC round by some teams.
If I had Stormstormer in my team, I would never give that to someone else. Like, only if the enemy team managed to pick Queen of Pain or something like that, because I feel like in every other case, it's good enough for him to make the hero work. And Gamin Gladiators, they pick up a second phase Slark. It's pretty fast, but it does look pretty good already. It's nice against Bat, good against Undying. Entity, they're gonna respond with a Death Prophet, so that's most likely gonna go offlane. And it's pretty darn good against Slark.
The Bat Rider not really loving playing against a Slark. There was also, in China, I think, a case where they put a Slark mid to deal with a Bat Rider. Don't know if that's going to be the case here, because I don't even know if they won that game. But it has been something that has been picked up occasionally, like a Slark mid or a Legion Commander mid to deal with the Bat Rider. Not going to say that's going to happen. It's most definitely going to be Dyrachyo just on the safe lane Slark, considering it regardless, Slark is always nice to have in your games in this current patch with the Aghanim Scepter. Has catch for everything and everyone that he encounters in the game.
I mean, Celery has played Legion Commander as well, so I wouldn't put it past them, but you don't want to have a melee support together with the Slark. And once again, Entity, they pick up the Pudge against the Slark, which is kind of weird to me. Because the moment Slark buys a Mage Slayer, this Pudge doesn't do anything.
Well, the plus is that he does reduce the healing that Slark has from his ulti, but for the most part, yeah, it's another game where their setups aren't great. Okay, they don't exist, is more the word I'm looking for. Their control is very lacking for Entity compared to, well, actually in game number 1 they had almost no control either. It was Shadow Demon and the Pudge. So I'm a little bit worried in that regard. And we've seen this specific lane get defeated last game. The Pudge plus Undying versus the Brood plus Snapfire. So they're going to go for it round number 2. Maybe they think that it was just an anomaly and they can take them out this time. Maybe it's just, you know, a point of honor where they refuse to back down. But it's a little bit worrying in that regard for the side of Entity.
So, if I were Entity, I would have just started with the Death Prophet and then the Bat Rider, and then there is no way that Gamin Gladiators bans Undying for the second phase, and then it's less likely that they pick Snapfire. So I get some aspects of their draft, I just don't understand why they picked these heroes in this order.
10 seconds remaining.
But Gamin Gladiators, they pick up the Tusk now.
5
I think
seconds
that's a
remaining.
pretty okay hero against Bat. Like, it doesn't win, it's not gonna have fun, but it's gonna live.
So you're expecting this to be the mid Tusk?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I think
Queen
it's more
Tusk.
likely than position 5 Tusk together with the Slark.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, then that means that they need a new position 5, unless they're making this a Tusk 4 and a Snapfire 5, which is a possibility, but then they swap the lane that they know from last game that they were going to win.
Yeah. And Tusk is a lot worse against Pudge Undying than
10
Snapfire
seconds
is.
remaining.
Hmm.
5 seconds
So yeah, they ban out the IO, which is a Gamin Gladiators classic, played in every freaking patch, and they need a last pick hero, which I have honestly no idea because there's so many. Like the 5 positions are all still left in the pool, so they have a wide variety of heroes that they could try and secure. Like Treant is another one that still gets picked up every once in a while. Actually, never mind, it's banned. I'm lying. Clockwork?
He's laning, I was gonna say, for Gaming Gladiators to pick up a Crystal Maiden, because they really want to have a range support together with the Slark. What else is still in the pool? I guess they could go for Hoodwink 5. I don't really see a lot of other good options right
Shadow
now.
Demon themselves.
They could run the SD. It would be okay, I guess.
It's actually pretty decent against like
Oracle.
Lasso, Pudge, Demonic Purge.
I think Oracle's actually the pick.
It is a hero that they definitely run. That's a hero I didn't expect. Okay,
Yeah, same.
that's Katami then on his Spirit Breaker.
It is nice against Slark.
Disruptor maybe?
Disruptor I could see working, but I still like Oracle the most. Oracle or Hoodwink, I think. Hoodwink for aggressive potential, but it's not great against Spirit Breaker. My money is still
Oracle
on
works really well with Slark with the AoE route and whatnot, and obviously saving him in case it goes horribly wrong, breaking the lasso, saving against the Nom Nom.
They even still have okay kill potential with an Oracle, because the rest of their lineup has plenty of stuns and burst damage.
I mean, they have so many choices, options that they can go for. AA is also not like, I mean, you know, it's not the worst against the Pudge DP. Undying, get rid of all the healing that they have. Now I'm really confused. So it is going to be a support. Wait, it is a mid Slark. Called it.
Okay. This is weird.
With the Tusk, that works well in the lane though. So in that regard, they have a pretty good lane there. They have the mid lane matchup. Okay. Finally, one of my stupid predictions works. Yeah, I'm definitely liking Gamin Gladiators draft here, especially after the performance of last game. I'm hoping the best for Entity to take us to game number 3, but I'm worried pretty heavily in how this is going to turn out.
So, I don't like Slark mid. I think it's really bad, even against Batrider. Because every time you purge the napalm or whatever, you also deal like 150 damage to yourself. Because you don't really want to max any spell other than your Q. So I think that's kind of bad. But the other lanes, they look really good. You have a Tusk Nature's Prophet up against the Spirit Breaker Death Prophet. That's a pretty good lane. And then they have the Broodmother Snapfire lane that demolished last game. So with 2 out of 3 lanes still looking to be pretty strong for them, I'm gonna have to give it to Gamin Gladiators as well. And I just don't understand this first phase Undying pick.
Yeah, I think that's just, you know, Fishman just immediately wanting to give it to their position 5. A lot of teams just prefer getting the supports out of the way in that sense. But I do agree. I think, especially considering how the last drafting phase went, going for the Undying, probably not a good choice. Letting the Broodmother through, worst choice. Yeah, maybe the order that they could have done it in, they could have tried to make sure that they get the Undying without them going for a Snapfire Brood combo, because you could ban like the Brood and the Snapfire in the second phase, for instance, something along those lines. But yeah, it's a bit worrisome for me in that regard if their drafting is going to be arguably very one-dimensional in that sense, whereas you can definitely see Gamin Gladiators have a lot of flexibility in their draft. Obviously, going for the Slark mid, you're not a big fan, but you know, Magic Wand is pretty good against a Batrider as well, so he's not going to struggle in terms of sustain either.
We'll see if Quinn can make it work. I'm excited to see something new, and I'm curious what he's going to build in terms of items. Because we see a good amount of safe lane Slark, and there is a few builds, but it tends to be like in the same wheelhouse. But now mid Slark, the sky is the limit.
It's probably going to be building the exact same stuff. Like Ags and that go ham. Well, Storm already has scouted them out. Sticky napalm, pretty good. Celery Tusk is going to be an interesting. They have like so much on their lineup as well. They've got good tower push. They've got amazing Roshan for the Gamin Gladiator side. To be fair, it's the same because of DP on the side of Entity. But they need to not get destroyed in the laning stage. Like, that is rule number 1 this time around. Just do not lose the laning stage.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if they can make it work. And Tofu with first item boots and branch. I guess he's gonna have some tangos in the career. But he just wants to go fast. It makes sense against Pudge Undying. You don't really want stats. You want to make sure you stay out of their clutches.
Yeah. Plus, if you get like a haste rune or super fast on Snapfire, she like tilts back with Mortimer. That's one of the best animations in the game.
That is kind of cute. True. That's a good point. Thank you.
Gotta go fast. Gotta speed it up. Nitro gear. Yeah, the mid matchup. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth. kill potential, is it really there between these two?
I think any lane with Quinn has kill potential. Going either way. Like, it happens very rarely that Quinn is in a game and there isn't at least one kill on mid.
Well, he definitely likes the bully. Speaking of bullying top lane, Watson taking a pretty painful beating at the moment on the Pudge. Really needs to step it up. Celery bottom lane. Went for tag team level 1. Does it still work with Treants?
I think so, yeah. But I'm also gonna verify that one.
Thank you. While you're at it, try it out with brood spiders, because that was a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing.
We'll find out soon enough.
It's nice to have someone to verify all the curious questions in games towards mid. Quinn doing a lot of damage on Stormstormer, but with the bottle he should be just fine. One downside that, of course, a bat has is his last hit potential is kind of bad. That's a 2-man sprout. Don't get to see that too often. But they will be just fine, and healing cells to be spended as well.
Yeah, level 2 Sprout as well. Usually people don't pick that up until like level 4.
He doesn't have TP, so no way to quickly get the regen going. Kataomi
And he
probably
bashes.
knows that he doesn't have a TP, considering he's level 2 and just used 2 spells. Though Kataomi has to go for the TP out himself. Barely gets away, but the plus of course, a Spear Breaker is that he can very easily join the lane, or someone else's lane for that fact. Look at the mid lane denies from the Slark. He's on 8 denies. Batrider is just really poor at last hitting, though Quinn is actually really poor right now, taking a lot of damage. Almost gets taken down by Stormstormer there.
No sweat at all. Quinn can't possibly die in lane. Come on.
Man has a lot of faith. Well, he does have 9 magic wand charges now, so he's comfortable. So, yeah, we did talk briefly about, of course, the Slark build. That it, we don't necessarily know exactly what it's going to go for. Possibly going for just a straight right-click build. Would that mean that you'd go for a slightly different build on the Nature's Prophet to get maybe the Ags?
No, I don't think so. As a carry Nature's Prophet, you really can't afford to buy Axe. Because it's good for fighting, but it doesn't do anything for farming.
I mean, not immediate Ags, I mean like Gleipnir into Ags. Like the double trouble route shenanigans. Considering you already have an essential, like, different safe laner in the Slark.
I think it's pretty firmly like a 7th item for Prophet. Even if he doesn't need to be a super high carry, because they also have a Slark mid. Speaking about Tusk, by the way, because that's what we were talking about, I tested it and both Treants and Spiders don't benefit from tag team.
Okay.
It was patched a while ago.
Yeah, I thought that was patched a while ago, but I was not 100% sure. Like
That's why
maybe
I'm
they
here.
nerfed it to only give them like 3 damage or something with every bite. Because I remember the patch where Broodmother just summoned, because that was, I think, before Broodmother did this Broodmother, where he just had summon spiders at like level 1, and you could demolish everyone in the laning stage in like 3 seconds. Oh, Quinn taking a lot of damage, charge as well from Kataomi, but they're going a little bit too deep underneath the tower. And Quinn's just gonna be fine. Though, in return, Stormstormer dropping low, and Kataomi 17%, by the way, for that bash. 17%.
My goodness. These lanes between Quinn and Stormstormer are so exciting to watch. They're both constantly on like 200 HP. But Quinn, he hits level 6, so no longer gonna be running around with such low HP.
Going to be able to constantly heal in return. Of course, Lasso is a scary tool, but Slark's pretty good at trying to dodge that with the Dark Pact.
And Quinn even putting 2 points in Essence Shift against the ranged hero. That's interesting.
Well, they are 0 kills right now in, but still a 1K network lead for Gamin Gladiators. And that primary difference in terms of net worth is just the supports. Because again, ooh, Tofu. I just wanted to talk about the fact that Tofu gets a lot of farm, but he is going to get first blooded there. And the creeps, it seems, are the ones that manage to secure Duracho in the trees. Can he get away? Dropping very low. Tries to go for the TP out, but it's going to get spotted by Toby. And Toby will be able to smack him quickly. So they find 2 kills on Entity side, and the net worth has balanced out pretty quickly immediately.
Yeah, it's already looking a lot better for Entity this game as opposed to last game. Possessed Mask now for Slark. It's very nice. That's a big creep wave on bottom, by the way.
So Duracho being charged at. Taking a lot of damage here. Ice Shard's block not actually going to hit the mark, but there's sprouts and Ice Shards and everything to block your entry.
Wait.
Making it a little bit tougher.
Did you see that? Duracho has 2 boots. Oh, he probably bought Celery's boots.
Yeah, he probably is carrying Celery's boots, but Celery's dead, so he can't carry those boots himself. It's actually going to be a Hand of Midas Nature's Prophet this time around. Which,
Ooh, Watson.
interesting choice. Tofu, they're going to be able to get the guys onto Watson. And Quinn to get some agility stacks. Double kill rotation from a Slark. So the Slark rotates sooner to the side lanes than the Bat Rider. That's an interesting one.
Uh-huh. And it looks like it is gonna be the diffusal for Quinn. So it's gonna be very active, most likely. Toby working towards his Guiding Reefs. No big surprises there.
Well, Gamin Gladiators back to a 1K net with lead. Stormer TPs towards top. He's trying to burn off the spiders, but the spiders are faster than him. That is a very sad rotation from the Bat right now. A hook comes in. Watson gets a catch onto Celery and will be able to at least build up more flesh heap stacks in the process. But currently, Quinn is top of the net worth chart. And well, that is something that we've seen last game. We'll be able to continue that one this time around as well. Fishman is going to get jumped here. Fishman drops the tombstone. In return, Tofu, they will be able to drop that tombstone. Tofu is going to get taken down. The charge continues onto Quinn. Do they have the damage available to take him down with Watson joining in? Quinn on the run, on the disengage, but the nom-nom from Watson holds him down, and that's a big kill coming in for Watson. That is huge, taking down Quinn.
Yeah, and Storm, it doesn't even have a point in Lasso. But they got the kills nonetheless.
I was wondering why he didn't lasso him. I was like, he hasn't used it yet. But okay. Guess doesn't see the value in it against the Slark at this stage.
Who needs Lasso on Bat Rider? Come on, it's a crutch. You don't need it.
Or Flame Break. That's also not really that useful, except for the fact that it really is.
Yeah, just get Sticky Napalm, Firefly, and stats. That's all you need.
Yeah, and then just get the Shard plus Witchblade and right-click people. Toby going for the Guarding Greaves build. Yeah, no surprises there. Quinn is really aggressive. He is trying to honor the fact that he's a mid-Slark. I can play Slark, but I'm going to play it my way.
Yep, and why not? It's gonna be quite hard to take him down in most cases. It's not like they have a chrono or something they can drop on him. They can kill him, but it's gonna take a while. And
Kataomi now level 6. Celery is trying to also get level 6 still. A little bit off the mark. There's the Hand of Midas done on Dyrachyo, and his next item has been marked up as the Aghanim Scepter. So yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected.
I mean, it reduces the cooldown as well. Okay, that was a weird bash combination with the hook, but it reduces the cooldown as well from the ulti for like, I think 25 seconds. So you can use it up more often, gives you more damage, gives you more farm. Root's also nice. Okay, Root's really good against a bad DP. Spirit Breaker.
I guess that's why he went for the Midas as well, because it doesn't speed up your farming as much as something like a Maelstrom or Gleipnir would. So having the Midas in your back pocket is gonna be nice.
Well, they are smoked up, heading towards the bottom lane. They're looking for Toby right now, who does get scanned up. And they catch him with the Ice Shard's block, should be possible. He does have a mech available. A lot of damage coming in. Spirit Siphon is going to be enough. No, it is not. Stormstormer has rotated through the charge onto Quinn. Can they get the lockdown? Darkback has been used. Nether Strike actually coming in. Quinn's in a bit of trouble because Watson goes for the Nom Nom and they find a huge one. Quinn dies again. Celery with the PP out. Gets interrupted by the lasso. And Stormstorm is actually dragging Celery away to make sure that he gets the kill and not anyone else. But Watson wants some stacks.
Right, so really nice fight by Entity. It started off with the Death Prophet dying, which is usually a bad sign, but they managed to turn it around still.
Yeah, but this is the current patch. As you can see, 5k net worth, 5 kills ahead is Entity, but 2k net worth behind. Farming is just way more value than killing, even though you get this nice stacks on both these sides with the infinite scaling. It is looking pretty good for Gamin Gladiators at this stage.
And Ace having so much fun in this game. He just has like the entire top part of the map for himself. An Entity is moving in to try and pressure him, but there is no way that they can. They would need a Spirit Breaker charge at least.
Well, Watson, he needs the Ags. Honestly, the Ags is such a big addition in this game. It's super good against Slark, first of all. And second of all, against all the healing that's coming out of Ace, it's going to do a lot of work. It's the healing. Obviously, the damage is pretty immense, but the pipe will help in that regard reasonably well. But it's primarily the healing reduction. I think it's like 25% healing reduction that it brings, which is super good against a hero like Slark, who is... I think his ulti doesn't do percentage-based healing anymore, but just flat healing.
Yeah. Just a 1k lead now. And I think both teams are just waiting for some item timings. They want that Aghanims on Nature's Prophet. An Entity, they want to have the Batrider BKB.
Well, they do spot the spider. But Daumi is getting smacked by the spider himself. Lasso comes in. Ace being dragged back. One big channel ulti being used by Watson, but Ace, can he stay alive? No, he cannot. Celery with the Walrus Punch is not going to be able to get the job done, and Quinn's even going to get charged at. They very quickly find 3 kills there on the side of Entity, and that net worth chart is dropping pretty quickly as we speak. They still do, of course, have Dyrachyo just farming away on the Nature's Prophet, not really wanting to join any engagements at this stage, but he's pretty far ahead in terms of his net worth, and that Ags is going to be done pretty quickly.
Yeah, it took 3 ultis to kill Ace, and then even then they barely got him, but I mean, when Ace was dead, there was really not that much left for Gamin Gladiators. It feels like this Slark mid lane is becoming harder and harder to play. He had a nice laning stage, but now he can't really find too much.
And now Stormstormer on the Bat is top net worth, so that is getting a little bit worrisome, because Batrider, as we have seen it progress through the years, is pretty strong in the later portions of the game. It doesn't rely necessarily on the lasso every single time, or to be fair, most of the time he doesn't even rely on it at all in the later portions of the game. So it is very scary to be witnessing. As you can see on the screen there, the odds, it is 50-50 between Gamin Gladiators and Entity. And it is a pretty nice place to put your bet on towards the Betboom website. If you sign up using the banner below the stream, you can get yourselves a $15 free bet available. So you can use that for the 1.85 odds. Charge in, cancelled quickly. Quinn jumps away. And Quinn actually is going back for the Ags. He was considering going for what's the thing that you need for Bloodthorn?
The Mage Slayer.
Ah, yeah, Mage
I
Slayer.
think he's still gonna buy it, but he needs the mobility first.
Yeah, I always forget about that item. I don't think I've actually ever bought it.
It's super good. I would recommend it on a lot of heroes, even as a casual purchase.
Oh, Fishman on the run. Being chased though by Celery pretty far. Hook is gonna get dodged. Nice sidestep there, but Watson will be able to go for the munch in charge. Lasso drags back Ace again. He's trying to heal up, but Ace not gonna be able to stay alive. Another double kill, and they again went a little bit too deep for the Gamin Gladiator side. They feel like they're playing the same way as last game, but last game at this stage they were 10k ahead.
Yeah, and the gold is pretty even, but Entity is doing a lot more with this net worth.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Feels like GG just can't fight.
Granted, H Prophet hasn't joined a single time, but they are going to head into the Roche pit. First Aegis is there a way they can interrupt it. It is not going to be the easiest considering Exorcism is going off right now, but it does get scouted out. Roshan is dropping low. There's a snowball steal potential here for Celery. He's looking to go in. The charge comes out. They're all TPing through. The backline chase onto Tofu. Make sure knows Mortimer's Kisses comes out. He is still alive at the moment. Gets healed up in the process. Watson's actually going to get taken down. The punch is dead. Roche is almost down. And it still hasn't fallen just yet. They will take down Quinn, and that is a huge one. In the pit, Celery needs to try and stay alive. Will not be able to get that done either. And Durach is now going to be surrounded by enemies. They don't need the punch at all. They have the damage necessary to take them down. DP's Exorcism was going on for such a long time that it just did way too much damage in the engagement. Ace is trying to steal the Aegis. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he's not. Storm gets the Aegis secured. And he even finds Ace to boot. Big, fat, juicy team fight for Entity coming in. And that was even with the Pudge dying first. But Entity knew exactly who they needed to target first in the fight.
Yeah, and they're so strong right now. They have BKB on the bat, which they didn't even have to use. They have a Pudge with Aghanims. They have the Guardian Greaves on the Death Prophet. This is a big strong point for their lineup.
Well, 12 kills ahead right now. They've shown that the team fighting prowess lies in Entity's court at this stage. Quinn is bottom of the cores. Granted, he's not that far behind Watson, who has, again, not had the most perfect lane, to be fair. But Pudge is also a hero that the later the game goes, the scarier he becomes, because he does get really tanky. Tofu. Charge. Tell me. Pushes him back. Right towards Watson. Nice 4-staff cookie. Ooh! Tofu's got them swift fingers. Tombstone even gets used in the process. And Tofu, big fan right there for the people in chat.
Ooh, Duracho. He's in trouble.
No invis detection. Oh.
Oh!
Oh! Watson?
Oh my goodness.
Watson? Yes, that's a oi oi oi. That's why they give him the Pudge in the second game, even though he did nothing in the first.
That was a game-winning hook.
That was disgusting. And now Celery is being chased. Stormer on the bat. A very scary prospect. But there's no running away. You're gonna try and snowball save yourselves, but the burn should be there, and it indeed is secured. 20 kills now for the side of Entity. And is it so? What's the game plan for Gamin Gladiators at this stage? Is it just try to get to the later stages with farm?
I think they just need the BKB on Stark, and then they have a chance in fights again. Because this is still a very good slug game. I don't like it too much in the mid lane, but I do think it's very good in this game if he can get the items that he needs.
Oh my god! Oh! You can't be serious, Watson. That was such a disgusting hook again. Keeps Fishman alive, and Quinn could not manage to make his combination work. That got really dicey because that could have even been a kill onto Quinn if there was anyone else in the area for Entity.
Normally I would say he still got some Essence Shift, but he only has level 2 Essence Shift. So it doesn't do too much.
Well, Duracho, Silver Edge, I guess, needs more right click, I'm a core build going in their favor. And now the Brood's actually going for the Mage Slayer. Oh, that root onto Kataomi. Oh, that's the Ags in effect right there. Quinn almost gets stunned up. Could have been a bit of a dangerous situation considering his ulti was still on cooldown. And Quinn trying to run away. Does get the slow thrown out, but he's going to get overwhelmed. Surrounded completely. Celery as well tries to snowball back to the high ground, which does give away immediately that they have a high ground ward somewhere in the area. And Kataomi is pretty scary on that Spirit Break in this game. He's constantly on everyone's tail. He's got a BKB as well. Going for the Ags next. He's going to turn into a full-fledged core at that stage.
Yeah, that sounds like Kataomi.
Oh, that could be a kill here in mid. Guarding Greaves. Not going to be able to keep Toby alive. He's comboed down. Derecho, though, charged. I think that might be a little bit too risky there for Toby.
He's getting a Silver Edge. There isn't too much interesting passives to break this game. But I guess it's a nice combination of some mobility, some damage, some invisibility.
Yeah, because invisibility is a way to stay alive in the game, especially when you don't really have that much many mobility tools as an Aegis Prophet. The downside is obviously if you get charged, you're dead, because it does constantly give invis detection, even if you're smoked.
I reckon someone on GG is gonna have to buy a Lincoln's at some point, because it is a really good Lincoln's game.
Yeah, would not be surprising if Ace goes for Lincoln's, or Lotus for that matter. Lotus also isn't that bad. The Centaur Stomp coming in. Oh, that is painfully annoying. They're trying to disengage, but Ace gets lassoed. They all get controlled, and they all get taken down again. In a split second, the entirety of Entity is grouped up around Ace, take him down, and always get an extra celery for the troubles.
Yeah, I wonder what GG can do or buy to stop this from happening. But it's just so hard. This Spirit Breaker pick working so well. Oh, nice Midas by Duracho.
They use their fortification for that as well. But Midas goes right through the fortification. Would that be the reason why he went for the Midas this game?
Oh, that's next level.
Knowing that, of course, Stormstormer will have to go for bot, so you'll at least always be able to get rid of it. That would actually be like a pretty substantial reason to also get it.
Roche could spawn in 1 minute, but there is still a tier 1 top for GG. I reckon Entity wants to take that down sooner rather than later.
Quinn uses Dark Backed. He's gonna try and disengage. They're chasing pretty heavily. Lasso, drive-by Tofu kill. But the plus is, he pretty much sacrificed himself there by playing distractions so that Quinn could just jump away to safety. That was 100% meant to be a bait so that they wouldn't chase after the Slark after his ulti was on cooldown top lane. Duracho doesn't have anything really to fear
so close.
except for the bash from Katomi. I did not see the charge coming into play. That is sadness. BKB usage came through as well. Because there was no lasso, so he thought, yeah, I'm cool, I can just TP out. But that was a bit more surprising than initially thought. And Katomi going for more immediately. God, this man is just terrifying on the Spirit Breaker.
And team level, it's ace.
I mean, previous game it was Tofu on the Snapfire going ham. Right now it's Katomi. The 4 positions are making it work.
Yeah, and look at his net worth compared to Quinn as well. He's getting there.
Even the Undying from Fishman is incredibly farmed. It's not necessarily a hero that farms superbly well, I guess, with the level 10 talent and Decay max level, you can farm okay-ish. Oh, quick dodge onto Celery. Probably wanted to get Ace, but Celery will have to suffice. Mortimer Skis is in return. Quinn's actually going to get stunned up. They will not be able to chase after Quinn on the high ground immediately. They're taking their time. Batrider is jumping further forward somewhere. I have no idea where he is. Okay, he's slightly lower to that position. And no random hook from Watson connecting. But Roche has respawned. Second Roche has respawned. That's a free shard. And again, Duracho getting caught. The bashes from Katomi. The hook comes in as well, making sure he sidesteps it when needed. Quinn jumps in, jumps out. The save attempt here coming through, but Watson's got his big fat wad all over his enemies' faces, and they will find even the hook coming in onto Tofu there. My God, what? There were like 3 heroes right in front of him. He hooks right between them and hits Tofu. I'm 100% sure that was not intentional, but still superbly done.
Yeah, poor Quinn, he still doesn't have his BKB. Like, he has to play these fights so defensively. In the last fight, he got 6 Essence Shift charges. He hit a hero 6 times, and that was his impact. Feels so bad.
Yeah, jump in, jump out. That was pretty much his extent of that engagement. And Roshan will be secured here. With Stormstormer still topping the net worth chart. His bat's pretty even. Yeah, I think you are correct in regards to if you pick Bat on your team, might as well give it to Stormstormer.
He's one of the few players that actually makes it look broken. Like, he's everywhere on the map, he deals so much magic damage, and he doesn't even need lasso. Like, we saw that in the early game.
Lasso's for schmucks. Just get big farm, go ham. Because it's not like Entity have any like big heavy right click cores. Speaking of which, Duracho is gonna get jumped here. And they have a, I mean, they had a lasso, they had a hook, they had possibly even the charge coming in. They had everything they needed. Fishman's gonna get taken down though. In mid, Kataomi is keeping them distracted, going for the kill onto Tofu, gets it secured with the BKB, will be able to run it off, it seems. Actually, yep. Will be able to get away. The spiders block Watson's hook, but it's gonna be another kill. Celery taken care of. They're even gonna jump in aggressively. He jumps in front of the leap to make sure that Quinn does not get the big jump away. However, they might have gone a little bit too aggressively because Kataomi's gonna get blasted. Cookie Stun comes into play, and this time Entity went too far. Watson's gonna lose his first life. Toby still healing up in the process, but there is Stormstormer going back in onto Duracho. They know he doesn't have a BKB. Duracho's just gonna get melted by Watson. who immediately is turning his attention towards helping Toby on the side. Snowball chase. Toby is going to get taken down. Watson does not connect the hook, but the chase is for more. The Stormstormer is going to be a goner. Now it's going to be Pudge against the world. Fishman's too far away to help out his teammate, and a huge team fight victory there for Gamin Gladiators. However, it did cost 3 buybacks.
Yeah, oof. They were good buybacks. Yeah, they were definitely worth it. I was gonna call it maybe a Pyrrhic victory, but no. They got 5k gold, 8k XP, a gem, and 28 essence shift now on Slark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the next time Duracho dies, you're probably looking at GG, which is the only big downside. However, Quinn has come back heavily on that net worth chart, and it is a Slark. Fishman can he get away? No, he cannot. The chase is too much. I mean, that's the one thing that Entity lack really in their draft, is they don't have like a late game core.
Has fallen.
And they have no pushing either, so every time they take these fights, it's hard for them to get any building damage in. Because they were leading by like 15k, and all the tier 2s for GG are still up. So they have the death profit, but they keep using the exorcism for either fights or Roshan.
Well, the win probability is still very favorable in Entity side. Like, really favorable, even though I don't think it's necessarily that one-sided at this stage. I do think it's the fight obviously was a little bit skewed, because they lost Fishman immediately at the start, and then Kataomi died pretty quickly as well. But it is
and Stormstormer didn't have mana or lasso.
yeah. They used their spells previously on Duracho. Speaking of lasso, Ace is immediately gonna get caught and taken care of. There's also, by the way, a Daedalus being built up on Duracho instead of the Silver Edge, so he decided to not go for the extra mobility. Tofu's gonna get caught. Quinn is surrounded by enemies. He's trying to get as many stacks as possible before he has to disengage. Buyback comes out from Ace. They actually want to engage here. Watson immediately jumps onto Duracho, who TP'd, and Duracho's dead instantly. Watson still does a lot of damage. The hook onto Celery drags them all together. Gets his rot on all of his enemies. In the meantime, the slow chase of death is there. And Quinn, with no mana, almost no HP, is on the run. But there's the chase coming out from Kataomi. Can he get the control? Quinn is so close to dropping, but he pounces to the side, and Quinn is back in base. But Ace just bought back, and Ace is dead. That means the tier 2 tower in mid and should be secured. They still have Exorcism, as you mentioned. The pushing is pretty weak, but this is the time to at least get some building damage in.
Watson's gonna have a Shivas now as well, so I just don't see how GG can win these fights.
Tower has fallen.
I don't know, Entity just has too much, they're too tanky. And Slark doesn't have the time to build up the Essence Shift stacks.
Yeah, you saw it in that fight. He jumped in very early before the rest of his teammates were there, because he just wanted to get as many stacks as possible during his BKB usage.
But once again, no Exorcism up, so Entity can't do any significant damage.
Tell me. Oh, the pushback, drag back there with Watson, the 1-2 pounds. And Tofu is dead again. They're playing so aggressive. 40 kills in 35 minutes for Entity. That's a lot, considering they still need to even touch the enemy's tier 3 tower.
Yeah.
Duracho getting charged, but they do control up Fishman. There's the lasso again, and Duracho is again a sitting duck. Does pop his BKB, but can he get away? No, he cannot. Watson was waiting with his ult for the TP attempt, and now Quinn on the disengage. Stormstormer is trying to hunt him down, knows the direction he is going. Quinn is going to be able to get out of dodge, because Kataomi did charge a different target. Watson just tries to go for a random hook. be able to find it. Has a Shiva's Guard now as well on Watson, so more healing reduction for the Entity side. And now
There
with
we have the
Exorcism, that is
Exorcism.
their only pushing power. And that's also what they're going to be using right this instance.
They're finally gonna be able to crack the base. Tier 3 falls. And Rax should fall soon after.
Oh, full set of racks secured. Kataomi is immediately going to split push the side lanes.
Yeah, Entity have so many cores this game. Kataomi just doesn't care. Look at him.
Oh, Quinn, that's not a death you can afford. He does not have a buyback for 80 seconds.
Are they just gonna call GG soon? I guess not. They still have a chance. But it feels hopeless. The high five.
Oh, Garacho thinks he's running away. Okay, we're just fine. But Stormstorm at level 25, you see that magic damage coming out from the hero. With the double flame break. Sorry, the double... What's it called?
I think it's Flame Break, yeah.
Flame break. Oh yeah. Yeah, the other one's Firefly. So many flamey spells. But yeah, double flame break gives 2 sticky napalm stacks, and then you just melt enemies.
And he has a Witch Blade as well, so that's even more damage.
Oh my lord.
Look at
Ace.
him right click. It's so much damage.
Yeah. You get he has the shard, so you lasso them, then hit them with the Witch Blade, so you get all the constant stack debuffs going on, and oh yeah, Duracho died pretty quickly, and so did the rest of the team, because right now Entity, they're at least giving us a game number 3. It seems. Very likely.
Storm has a Hex now as well. What can GG still do? They need a miracle. They truly need a miracle. Roche is gonna spawn in 1 minute, so that's not the kind of miracle they can expect anytime soon. Where is
I
the
heard
lasso?
the lasso
It's bottom.
somewhere. Looking for more. The hook does not connect. Stormstormer, Scythe of Vice now available as well. Quinn's again going to be
Oh
the
my
main
goodness.
target. He's getting his revenge for the mid lanes that have been pretty rough there. Stormstormer is... You gotta probably ban out his bat. And yeah, I don't know. You definitely have to ban out his bat. I don't... It's rather terrifying. Even if you're playing against a quote-unquote hard counter, it's just easy pickings for him.
It wasn't as one-sided as the first game, but it was still very a decisive victory by Entity this time.
Yeah, game 1 was more of a farm until you're too fat and then just run over the game. Whereas game 2 was just pure brawling, constant fighting. It does help that Watson hit like nearly every hook, even hooks that he should not hit. But Kataomi on the spirit. Honestly, there's so many big plays this game. I would not know who I'd give the MVP to.
Yeah, it's really hard. I guess probably Storm or Kataomi, right? Spirit Breaker or the Bat.
Yeah, it's definitely between those two. They're very close toss-up. I think it's probably going to go to Stormstormer because they also did do a lot, but Kataomi made so many plays, so much space, was constantly on the move, but that's kind of what they were both doing. Like, they played a very identical game and just going to the side lanes, charge in, burn everyone down. Here we have the stats, 14, 1, and 28 on the Bat right mid. Okay, you kind of have to give him the MVP there. 851k damage dealt that game, and no one is anywhere close to his damage.
Yeah, that's a decent KDA. But look at Kataomi as well. He had 38 kill participation and 1 death. He was involved in 38 kills. and he died once.
Yep. And it is going to be he died once, and that was a 66-second death, huh? But it is Katomi who gets the MVP. It is really a toss-up between the two, but it does show you that even with a reasonably similar draft, the game can be completely different, as they've shown us. That their safe lane did not go that bad this time on the Entity side. It did get a little bit dicey at times, but nonetheless, they looked pretty A-okay. And we finally have a game number 3, Wingblade.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, to what is about to be game number 3 in the Betboom universe. We have ourselves a very interesting matchup. Game number 1, very one-sided. Game number 2, there were some moments where you think maybe, but for the most part, very one-sided the other direction. And game number 3, are we going to get to see about the same draft wing blade?
I think it's not unlikely. Let's put it that way. I am noticing a trend with all the brute first picks into the same response, and Entity just picking Undying every single time. I feel like both teams are still confident in their drafting and the way they approach the games.
Well, slightly less so this time around, because Entity ban out the brute. They don't want to deal with Ace on that hero.
Ooh.
The plus of having
Lena's
Ace on
still
your
in.
side is that he does play every other micro hero anyway, so...
Okay, no, Lena.
Yeah, first pick was for Gamin Gladiators, so you're kind of forced to ban out the Lena.
So Leshrac then for Quinn?
Would
or
you go
Death
for
Prophet?
this earlier Leshrac pick?
I think so.
10 seconds remaining.
It wins against like almost every other mid,
5
and it's
seconds
Quinn's best
remaining.
hero, I think.
I mean, if you're going to go that route, might as well. Unless he doesn't want to play it. Obviously, they're actually going to pick up the IO, a Gamin Gladiators classic. Though it did get banned out last phase in game number 2, but very early pickup, and probably means that the Lesh is on its way.
10 seconds remaining.
An Entity,
5
they can't
seconds remaining.
really go for Batrider like last game, but they can still do it, but it's not great against Leshrac. I think they are gonna have their doubts about picking that up, at least first base. They could just pick Toby his best spot again. And maybe something like, I mean, they could go on that. And Undying. Well, truly shocking, isn't it?
Oh, it's almost like you could draft right for them. And there we have the Leshrac, unsurprisingly. Once the IO gets secured, Leshrac is right on its heels, considering it has magic damage amplification, and I think like lifesteal, magic lifesteal amplification and stuff. It's a match made in heaven.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel like we have a pretty solid grasp of at least the first phase for both of these teams. But they also tend to pick some crazy heroes in the second and third phase of the draft, so we could still be in for some nice surprises.
They're not giving away the picking or giving away the pudge this time around. Tinker also getting banned out. Tinker would actually be a pretty good pick against the Lesh IO combo, because you can be everywhere on the map. Plus, Shiva's Guard is like your second item that you build pretty much, and any healing reduction as soon as possible is a way to beat down a Lesh pretty successfully in this batch.
Yeah, and Stormer Tinker is pretty terrifying. We saw it yesterday. Stormer just popping his BKB and blinking into 5 heroes because he knew that no one could touch him. And then getting like a triple kill was insane. Of course, that wasn't against Gamin Gladiators or a tier of a tier 1 team. Let's say it that way.
Well, there we
Ooh,
do
they
have
still
the
banned the
Batrider
bat.
ban. Very quickly getting rid of a couple of these nasty heroes. But yeah, you mentioned, of course, that Lesh is probably going to have a very favorable matchup in the mid lane. What heroes are the best contenders for Lesh in this current patch?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think there is a hero that really wins against Lash. But I also think that Ember doesn't lose super hard, and I think Ember is just a very strong hero in general. You could also go for Tusk, or Pungo. A lot of these heroes are kind of matchup independent. So nothing's gonna win against Lash, but you have a pretty wide selection of heroes that are only slightly gonna lose, and then still be able to be effective in the mid game.
Yeah, he might try and go for the rejuvenation of the Pango. Did not have the best showing in game number 1. Actually had a really unfortunate showing there, so maybe he wants to try and get back on that horse.
Mm-hmm. They could go for Puck as well. I think Puck is a hero that can win against Lesh. Oh, goodness. What is this?
It's pretty decent against Lesh, because you do have the Spike Carapace against uncontrollable AoE damage, and mana burn's pretty good. It's not a hero you see too often, but it is a Kataumi hero.
Yeah, I guess so.
5 seconds remaining.
Nyx. I think it's super strong once the game goes later, but it's so terrible in lane. And the Ratchel, he wants revenge as well. For
Could
last
also
game.
be still ace.
True, true. I do like it, going for some sort of global strat.
Oh, this
5
is
seconds remaining.
like this all has the makings of a really long game. With like ratting backdoor the entire time, relocate, and Nature's Prophet as well.
Picking Prophet into a Nyx is interesting as well, but I guess every single hero is kind of scared of Nyx being on their tail, and it can't possibly be worse than last game. The moment the Prophet showed on the map, he would just get charged by Spirit Breaker every single time.
Okay, Tusk again. It's not 100% sure. It's probably a support Tusk for position.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
would think so.
Gamin
I haven't seen
Gladiators
too much
turn to
Toby
pit.
Tusk.
But there we
Which
have, you know, the
would
classic
be
Stormstormer.
Weird anyway, because Toby is on the other team.
Yeah, that would be very weird.
I haven't
but
seen
yeah,
too much
Ace is
Ace
the one you
Tusk.
meant.
Yeah.
But yeah, Stormstormer on the Voker.
10
It is
seconds
such a
remaining.
good Quas Wex game that he's still going Exort.
Yeah,
5
probably.
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Exiled is really nice with Nyx. You can just do Impale into Sunstrike and have global kill threat on anyone, anywhere, at any time. So, Stormstormer Invoker. It's actually a hero that can do really well against Lash mid. He just needs the the first few waves to not go terribly.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, normally when you're up against Lesh, you'd go for that Quas Wex. But I mean, he does, I think, in certain situations, go for like a mix where he starts off with like level 2 points in Wex and then goes everything in Exort afterwards.
Mm.
So he does have a bit of flexibility, but primarily he likes to stick with Exort, which I, wholeheartedly agree with, because Exort's just way cooler. And also, it does almost always have more farm than Wex, because you build up that Hanamite as first item instead of like going for the urn / spirit vessel into whatever next.
Mm-hmm. So Entity, they still need a carry, and it looks like Entity expects Gamin Gladiators to pick up a carry as well. They are expecting the Ace Prophets.
It wouldn't be too surprising if they do, because they would probably be laning Tusk plus Nature's Prophet anyway, in the off lane,
Gamin Gladiators
or the safe lane for that matter. The Marcy ban. Okay, yeah. Diracho did play a pretty good Marcy in game number 1. But that game was already over because Quinn just dominated.
Mm-hmm. So what are they gonna pick? It could be an offlane, could be a carry. They could even put the Tusk in a core position and pick a support. But my money is on Ace Prophet as well. I don't think you want to go position 1 Prophet against Nyx.
They do have to be a bit careful with what core they go for if it's an Exort Foker. Monkey King. Okay, so you're looking at most likely a Monkey plus IO lane versus a DP plus Nyx Assassin.
That doesn't seem super great to me.
Yeah, I would assume DP has a pretty good time in that lane.
5 seconds remaining.
So what does Entity want now? They need a carry that's good against Monkey King. A lot of Watson's heroes are banned.
Sniper's available. Just outrange everything.
I'm not a huge fan of Sniper here. I feel like Tusk can get on top of him, Monkey King can get on top of him, and knowing Quinn, he's gonna buy like second item Blink and also get on top of him. So I would like to see something that buys BKB quickly. And they can't pick the Micey for themselves either. You don't want to pick the Pudge again. They do pick Sniper. I
mean, from the cores he does have, with if he gets Shard and Hurricane Pike, he does have pretty decent mobility, but it is not necessarily the... I get what you're coming from. They do have a lot of nasty heroes to deal with like the Snowball, the Monkey jumping in, and whatnot. The plus is that he does have a tool to get vision in the tree lines, which is something that they are severely lacking on the Entity draft.
It's interesting because I'm not a huge fan of this Monkey last pick, because I don't think it's that good against Death Prophet, but I'm also not a huge fan of the Sniper last pick, because I think there is a lot of jump. So I'm struggling to give the draft advantage to either team, because I don't like either of their carries, and for mid I'm like, ooh, they have a Lash, ooh, they have an Invoker, that looks great. And the offlanes also look great, so it's so hard to call this one.
Okay, then we're going to have to go over the supports. Io and Tusk versus Nyx Assassin and Undying.
Okay, I do like Io Tusk more. I think Undying is overrated. So yeah, that doesn't help.
They don't have a Tombstone hit, do they? Yeah, I guess Nate's Prophet.
Yeah, I guess there is... It's a better Undying game than the previous one, and he did well in that game as well. But Nyx,
it's Katomi Nyx.
It is Katomi Nyx, but still Nyx as a hero.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to go with
same Sven as a support here, or Spearbreaker as a support here, and then it's Katomi, and you're like, possibly.
So you're gonna go with Entity then?
I gotta go with Entity, and there's one reason, and that is Stormstorm Evoker. I can't go against Stormstorm Evoker. It's classic, it's superb, it's beautiful.
Okay, then I'm gonna keep it interesting, and I'm gonna go with Gamin Gladiators.
Okay, well, the fun is going to happen. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this match, we will be having an interview with either the offlaner of Gamin Gladiators, aka Ace, or the offlaner of Entity, aka Toby. And if you want to ask some questions to either of the two, do post them in chat. We'll be reading or asking a couple of those questions as well to the offlaners of both teams respectively. So don't forget to join in the fun in that regard. Now the game is going live. The odds at the top, you can see it favors Gamin Gladiators a bit more than it favors Entity. That is also because, well, their last matchup in the DPC and everything combined was pretty much in their favor regardless, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here. The nice D ward coming in at the start of the game, but no real shenanigans just yet. And it's Exort Voker as we know and love.
Kataomi, he already missed his first stun. That's a bad sign, bad omen.
Zero faith now. It's over. Katomi getting the catches with the Sunstrike from Stormstormer is a beautiful, disgusting combo. Oh, he does hit the second one. Value right there.
That's nice.
Doesn't result in much except for his own mana being destroyed. So what's the game plan for both these teams? Is it farm to late game and try to take the advantage, or does one of these two teams have a specific timing in mind?
I feel like Entity wants to play very formulaic Dota. They just want to play it slow, make sure they don't give up too many kills, farm their items. You know, take it slow, play around Exorcism cooldown, and Gamin Gladiators really wants this game to devolve into chaos. They have an IO, they have a Monkey King, they have a Prophet, they just want to keep fighting. And they don't have any big cooldowns to play around, so if this game ever gets into a situation where you don't know what's happening anymore, then GG is going to be favored.
Chaos is their middle name. Gonna have a lot of like backdoor potential, split push, rat Dota as well. Fishman dropping low tag team damage coming in, and that is first blood secured for Ace. The Undying will fall first.
Yeah, this Tusk Prophet lane is so strong. Normally Undying is really good in lane, but he is still a melee hero that can get punished really hard by these heroes.
Well,
Mid lane is worth keeping an eye on as well. I think
there's-
it's Leshrac favored at the start, but slowly it becomes more difficult for him. With the Exoet levels.
It is an interesting lane in terms of like kill threat, because there's a lot of it between the two. They're primarily just like damaged cannons. One misstep and you get blasted by his level 2 Sunstrike, or well, the Shreks favor the Split Earth, and they just run you down. And with the rotations from these two supports, because that's one thing that they do pretty nicely, is the Tusk rotation and the Undying, Nyx Assassin rotation are very solid to try and get a gank.
And all of the lanes for GG are gonna have to be very careful as well. Because the Sunstrike could come at any moment. Even Ace right now is almost in kill range.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make those weird swirls the entire time, trying to sidestep any Sunstrikes coming in.
I guess it helps that Sniper and Undying both don't have a stun.
Stormstormer just barely dodging Quinn. But it is going to be a curious moment when the first Sunstrike comes. It's kind of when you're playing against a Bloodseeker, right? You gotta stay at a certain amount of HP, otherwise you're giving the enemy too big of a buff.
Stormstormer already getting a little bit low.
Okay.
You had a very far... That's
Guess
okay.
he
It
did
happens.
not expect the damage to be enough. That's a sad way to die.
I mean, it is a trend in this series, right? Both of the mid laners playing it fast and loose. Was a matter of time before someone made the Durfee mistake like this.
Yeah, that was a pretty painful one, though. Now Quinn's got pretty good lock on that mid. A lot of experience advantage. The early laning stage so far in all three games has favored Gamin Gladiators from the start.
Let's see if they can transition it this game like in the first one, or if they lose their edge. Ace going back and forth to base. One of the nice things you can do as a Prophet.
Well, there's the super fun creep wave pull.
Pretty much all that Nyx can do in the laning stage. Just pull creeps and run away.
Quinn constantly pump faking the Split Earth stun, keeping Stormstormer on his tippy toes to make sure that he sidesteps it every time.
Boy, Quinn already has arcane boots. That is fast. just rushed those, and now he can really spam the lightning.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's also level 6 now. So going all in favor of Quinn, even as a rotation coming through towards mid, which I think it's the IO. So he's leaving the Monkey King solo top. Well, they are dragging the creep wave from the Monkey behind it every single time, so there's no real reason for Celery to be top.
Yeah, normally this rotation comes in around 6 minutes to try and secure the rune, but
But
Celery and
IO
Quinn,
does IO things.
yeah. They have a catapult, maybe they want to do something with that. If they can get some damage out.
Tofu. Spotted out. Fishman runs in. Tombstone gets dropped. Tofu's dropping low. Did they get rid of the Tombstone in time? He does use the snowball to chase for more. Fishman is in a world of hurt. And Fishman, does he get the kill? No. Tofu. Sunstrike. Oh, just off the mark. He taunts his way towards that double damage rune, which Quinn is going to be able to secure a 2k net worth lead here for Gamin Gladiators. And it's looking pretty rough. The only big advantage I think that they have is that their sniper is having a pretty A-OK lane.
Sniper is doing pretty well, but I am quite frightened because
Stormstormer, 2-man stun. Katomi, great mini ravage coming in. And they will get the kill onto Tofu. Stormstormer's trying to run away. Quinn is pretty aggressive, but his mana is empty. So he won't be chasing for more. Actually, he is going to chase for more with Celery right behind him. I'm pretty impressed by Quinn's balls here, but he's just going to get stunned up. And that's kind of what you could have expected, especially if Katomi starts hitting his nice impales. That one was weird to me. Sunstrike onto Duracho will connect as well. And very quickly, the recovery for Entity is coming in.
Yep.
Fast
Give an
and
inch,
loose, as
they
you
take
said.
a mile.
I'm really surprised at Quinn. Like, if he had full mana, sure. But he ran in with like 30 mana and was hoping that Celery would give him all the mana he needed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the cooldown was on his arcane boots, but I think it was still quite a while. But I guess he got overconfident because of the DD.
Well, they're still at a pretty comfortable lead right now. Don't know what the net worth is exactly. We only get to see a bunch of creeps at this stage that have been farmed. Quinn is, he's going for that Bloodstone, obviously, and he's going to get it at a very good timing as well. His farm is rather exceptional. And he's being babysat the entire time as well by Celery, so we will constantly have the mana with the, as you mentioned, mana boots that he uses, and then gets the extra mana that he gains for giving it to the IO. Oh, Duracho. Stun, Sunstrike. Is the damage there? Nice dodge there. Toby, can they catch up? Fishman's nearby as well. Duracho is still trying to disengage.
Radiant's middle tower.
And he just gets out. Duracho just barely manages to get out with a superb dodge. Speaking of a dodge towards mid, there's going to be a big fight coming in. Storm with the snowballs. Not going to be able to connect. Watson TP through Sunstrike in return. Quinn's going to die. Watson, does he get taken down? Yes, he falls to Ace. They're trying to TP out. It's going to get away. No, there's the Katomi with the stun. And they do find the kill onto Watson, which is surprising considering that he died towards mid. But they lose 3 in the process. And again, Quinn dies. Top net worth of the game. Dies pretty quickly 2 times in a row.
Yeah, these Sunstrikes are dealing so much damage. Just every single time, Impale into Sunstrike. Duracho made it out, but Quinn wasn't quite so lucky. And here we could see the impact of the Undying as well, right?
Well, this time they will not be able to keep Stormstormer alive. And neither will they keep Fishman going, slowed down. And Quinn gets that kill secured. 5k net worth on Quinn, 2k net worth lead for the team. I mean, he feels very confident in everything that he does. Obviously, he is the strongest hero at this point in the game. But he does need to be a little bit careful not to overextend every time. Actually surprised Watson's farm is reasonably low.
He has okay-ish creeps, but nothing.
Duracho, the
special.
tree gets cut by the tombstone. Oh, mistakes have been made, my friend.
Yeah, another reason why Undying is secretly broken. You have an AoE Quelling Blade? Insane.
Yeah, you just need to make sure the enemy plays monkey. And then easy value. I actually completely forgot about that fact. I was thinking, oh, he probably has 1 point in Wax, we'll throw a tornado or something, but 4 second stun on the Monkey King that he gives himself is not bad.
And Stormer does have his Midas, so he's beginning to come online.
Now that's his farming tool. His second net worth at the moment. Ace is going for the Aghanim Scepter rush this game. And once Storm, yeah, his item build, bot, BKB, blink. Sometimes you see Vokers go for like drums if it goes really bad in the early game, but in this case that was not needed. Kataomi is looking for a catch onto Quinn. They know he's there because he just walked underneath ward vision. And up
He has
towards
0
mid he
points
goes,
in Spike
gets a
Carapace, by
stun
the
in
way.
Sunstrike as well. Do they have the damage? Quinn's dropping low, but the relocate will keep him alive and kicking.
Dire's middle tower
It's hard to kill off that Lesh at this stage.
And this is before the Bloodstone even. Scary Disco Pony.
Celery gets back. Wukong's command gets thrown down. Kataomi will be found out by Duracho on the side. To keep the tier 1 tower intact. But it looks like Gamin Gladiators wants to pick up the one from Entity. A triple man bounder strike coming in. Snowball chase onto Stormer. They're going deep. They're going aggressive here. Might need to be a little bit careful. Great Ice Path? No, it's not Ice Path. It's... Crap. What's the Foker
Radiant structures
freezing
are fortified.
path thing called again? Because Ice Path is the one from Jakiro.
Is under attack.
Right. Jesus. It's
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
that's why we have both forgotten it. Obvious.
Dire's structures are
I have 15,000 hours in Dota. Why I know this? Wait, let me think. Wall. That's it.
Ice wall. Oh yeah, it makes sense because it's not a wall. Yep. But you can't have two of the same names in the game. Ace is going to get stunned up, hit by the Vendetta Strike as well. Watson, with the moves coming in, gets the kill secured. And they're making those Kataomi Sunstrike rotations definitely work. Also, in the meantime, currently Watson is second in net worth. He has crept up pretty quickly with that Maelstrom secured.
Yeah, he was struggling a bit, but that Maelstrom helps so much. And he found a few like kills and assists as well, which helps.
And Stormer now with bots will be able to join his teammates when needed. So a good way to counter out the global presence that Gamin Gladiators has is bots. Though I don't think that anyone else on the Entity side will be able to afford bots or go for bots in general this game.
radiant are scanning.
Yeah, doesn't look like there is a lot of great bots heroes.
So a lot comes down to Stormer being able to do his due diligence. In the meantime, Toby's getting close to the Guardian Greaves. It's 100% a great pipe game to get. Oh, Kataomi will be spotted this time, will not be able to sneak his way behind enemy lines. But at least he gets vision and gives information to his team. Even though he dies, they know 4 heroes are towards that point. We can just spread out and farm the rest of the map.
And Ace, he's getting very close to his Aghanims. Let's see what they can do once that comes online.
Brought your
Bracho.
Battle Fury Gamin on the Monkey King.
Yeah, I actually quite like it. I feel like he needs this. If he goes for something like an Echo Saber BKB, he's just gonna be irrelevant at 30 minutes. He needs to be fat this game.
Especially considering his farm has not been superb so far. 50-minute Battle Fury is rather late. We do get to see the odds over on the top of the screen. 1.2 for a Gamin Gladiators. I think that's a little bit... I mean, the 4 odds seem to be very juicy. If you think they are juicy, don't forget, press the banner below the stream and join the Betboom website. If you do, you can get yourselves a $15 free bet. Oh. Stun comes in. No Sunstrike just yet. He denies the Observer Ward, making sure Tofu doesn't get the extra cash. And a fat juicy meatball will make sure Tofu dies to Stormer. Oh, they want to go for Quinn, who has used his Bloodstone, so this is the best moment to take a possible fight. Unfortunately, Tornado does not connect. Stun comes in. Toby is here, though. Still has a big heal available with the mech. Well, that was the end of their little skedaddle engagement. I think, I mean, at what point would you get like a Scotty on the sniper? Because it definitely feels like you need a Scotty this game, right?
I think so too. I think it's one of the first big items he's gonna get. He might get one of the mobility items, whether that be Shout or Pike or Shadow Blade or whatever. But he's definitely gonna buy a Scotty.
Yeah, Quinn is getting rather big. Ace has his Aghanim Scepter now done as well. Once the BKB is done on Quinn, I guess that seems to be a nice moment for Gamin Gladiators to go.
Katomi working towards a blink as well. Still no points in Spike Carapace. Maybe that's the secret to playing Nyx.
No Spike Carapace in a game against Lesh. That is... So, does he have everything in the mana burn?
Yep.
Huh.
It's a 4-3-0 build.
That's definitely interesting. Don't get to see that, like, ever. I think that's actually the first time I've seen that build.
Yeah, same. He just wants a lot of mana burn, which is a good counter against Lesh.
Does do a lot of work. Bloodstone is a little bit OP though. But there's definitely a lot of damage that also comes out with the mana burn. Stormer, Blink Dagger's now also done. BKB is going to be the next tool. And then probably something along the lines of a Scythe. Maybe Shiva's. I would assume, at the very least. Because Shiva's is really good, but DP could technically also go for a Shiva's. They're actually going to try and sneak Roche in the process. They have a very good Roche lineup with Exo, Tombstone, and in general the Voker adding in his assortment of spells. Nice steal.
It's gonna fall, no contest. Gamin Gladiators had no idea this was happening. They even tried to go for some kind of smoke play, but then realized, hey, they already took Roche.
Was even an arcane rune Exo, so the cooldown is not going to be that significant either.
Still just hitting creeps. He's gonna get a BKB and then I would expect him to get a Scotty. Ooh, Ace. Playing with fire here.
Yeah, they got the Philosopher's Stone now. That's good for the supports, for especially a hero like Nyx Assassin. Likes to be AFK in his Vendetta, trying to hunt for kills. He's getting close to the Blink Dagger. Very close to the Blink Dagger. Now we can finally get to see Katomi actively. I mean, he's had a bunch of very good catches, but then he'll be able to set up all the stuns where needed. That damage reduction right there from the Philosopher's Stone is kind of fun. Things. Oh yeah, easy kill off the range creep. Oops. That thing is not easy to kill. I think he also wants to be... I mean, a Quelling Blade is such a good item to have on almost everyone this game for the Entity side. To cut the tree where the monkey's on, or possibly get out of the Sprout against the Nature's Prophet. So I think he marked it up previously on Katomi, but there's so much value to be gained. Undying as well, Fishman has his own Quelling Blade. And as you mentioned, Sniper's got himself the Hurricane Pike for that mobility.
Going for another smoke. Still the tail end of this DD rune, but it's gonna run out before they find anyone.
Oh, Tofu, they're going in, but there's the global presence coming out. Nice 3-man quad tornado coming out. And Tofu gets a meatball on his face. Ace in the trees. Can he get the TP out? No, he cannot. That is a bait from Entity. They knew that Gamin Gladiators had the global presence, and they used Stormstormer as ultimate bait in the lane. They even smoked around him, expecting that play to come through. That is a team that has played against each other plenty of times.
Yeah, really nice BKB timing as well. Getting that BKB and then instantly going for a play like this, because he still would think.
And now Stormstormer tied in net worth with Quinn. And they're actually going for the aggressive push here. But Duracho is still a little bit too underfarmed to cut the tree. Katomi with the Quelling Blade coming in. Oh my lord! The Sunstrike prediction into the Quelling Blade stun. Katomi will be taken down, but that is 100% a worthwhile trade.
Oh, for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
An Entity, they're making it happen. They were behind a little bit, but they're just finding kills left and right.
Net worth is just a number. Just like MMR.
Very true.
I mean, Stormstormer is tied up with Quinn. Quinn was like 1,500 gold ahead in after 6 minutes or something in the game. It was insane how much his lead was.
That's Stormstormer Invoker for you. Duracho, he was so close to his BKB. Even with the Battle Fury, he isn't really keeping up with the rest of the cores.
Toby's farm pretty much gets yoinked by everyone else on the map. He's trying to find it as much as he can. But he knows his job. He's always the one that's suckered.
Yep, he just gets to press Guiding Greaves and his team is happy with him.
Radiant are scanning.
That tends to be like a big difference because, for instance, Ace gets a lot of farm priority. Obviously, he also used to be a safe laner, but they do have different farm priority players on both sides. Whereas Duracho he tends to play, I mean, this time he's playing Monkey King with the Battle Fury, but a lot of the time he's also playing the more supportive safe laners with the Dawn, with the Mars, with the Bloodseeker. That's just there for utility. And they give Ace a third core role, in a sense. Kataomi misses his jump, is in a very unfortunate spot, gets rooted up as well. And there's Duracho with the Wukong's command coming down to get control onto Toby as well. Nice eye shards onto Fishman. Sunstrike in return almost gets the kill secured because Watson's just popping up from the high ground. However, they are still plenty of heroes behind here because they lost 3 on the Entity side.
Watson almost killed everyone there. But the botched initiation really cost them there.
Yeah, the unfortunate missed Impale
Radiant's
was a little bit unfortunate. Stormstormer, though, he's building up his Scythe of Vice, so they're going to have the extra Hex coming up. later down the line, and that is going to be pretty big to be able to control up this Lesh, because that's going to be the main priority target, right? In these fights, I guess Io is the main priority target, but the Lesh is the one that brings all the damage until the Ratio is too big.
Yeah, for sure. But I think they'll just initiate on whoever. Anyone they can kill is nice.
Quinn is going for the Shivas. The extra armor is nice, plus healing reduction is also a-okay to have. And Vision.
Watson is indeed going for Skadi next.
Yeah, that Skadi is going to be a big item to have. Healing reduction plus the constant slow from long range. And even though they have heroes that can get on top of him, it's still a little bit scary to get on top of the sniper with everyone that's kind of guarding him.
Yeah, especially an Alacrity sniper as well. That is terrifying.
You get close on the Monkey King and then you just get headshotted all the way back. Toby.
Getting a
He's going
pipe.
to be building up the pipe next. That is
Your
really
favorite item,
must-need
right?
item.
Is it your favorite item?
No, it's a must-need item against the Lesh.
Uh-huh.
It's definitely not my favorite item. It's a really boring item. My favorite item's probably just, Dagon.
Maybe we'll get some Dagon buffs in the next patch.
I like getting it against heroes like TB because you can warrant it by being able to one-shot the illusions.
Sure, yeah.
Smoke coming in. Dire do scan. And they don't get the scan connection, but the Radiant did. Entity know that they're coming. Does it matter? Not really much. Watson popped the BKB. He's going to go for the TP out. And Ace is not level 20 yet, so doesn't have the Sprout Leash. Roche will respawn in 5 seconds for the second Roche of the game. That's the free shard. That's the big one.
Tofu, he's looking for blood. Fishman.
So gets dropped, but Tofu gets out with the 4 staff just barely. That's too. I mean, Undying right now is kind of useless because he uses 2 big cooldowns.
Katomi working towards a 4 staff. But he is playing Nick, so he's very poor. Even with the special stone giving him more GPM.
Does have a haste rune. I haven't been able to get any good combo connections with like Sunstrikes for a while now.
Stormstormer, he has his Hex. So with this, he's gonna be able to pick off, I think, anyone except for the Leshrac.
Okay, there's going to be a smoke. They're going to be heading out, knowing Rosta is up. Would be a big pick if they can secure it. Both these teams are currently playing terrified. Compared to like last game where it was just a constant brawl, they have been on the defensive, trying to surprise each other, but they're playing really well in the dodge game.
Yeah, compared to the last game, there is a lot less action. We had like 40 kills for one team in 35 minutes. Now we're barely even gonna have 40 kills at 35 minutes with both teams combined.
Unless we get to see one big Roche fight with a bunch of buybacks. The Ratio Daedalus, I think, done on the Monkey King. So he does do a lot of damage, wants to go for the Ags next. And constant sunstrikes just to scout out the pit. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who's going to be able to get the first catch?
I think GG has slightly better vision. It's just whichever team gets impatient first. I think it's gonna be easier for... No, both teams have really nice ways to push out the lanes. Little main storm
Oh, towards mid, Tofu. Does not get hit by the stun there. The timing was just barely off from Kataomi. Tried to get the catch on Tofu, who got, as you mentioned, a little bit greedy there. A little bit impatient, wanted to quickly farm that mid wave. It doesn't get punished in the process. Gamin is slowly but surely out farming Entity. But Watson, Scotty, that's the big item that they really need on Entity side.
I'm not sure what would swing the game for them. I guess having a refresher on Invoker would be huge, 'cause then he can even kill the Leshrac solo. With Quinn going for a Hex as well. That's gonna be another big item. Watson is gonna have Scotty gold. If he wants to, he can buy it. And I think he should, because buyback isn't that important just yet.
Well, there's just nothing happening at the moment. Well, how was your day?
It was pretty nice. I made some
smoke
food.
broke.
Ooh. Nice timing.
And Kataomi gets caught. Aisha's block is pretty annoying. Tombstone is a pretty good one. And the meatball as well. Forces it into the secondary meatball. Diracho's just dead. They have to run away. Sunstrike comes up on top as well. Tofu will fall. They find a 2-for-1. And Gamin Gladiators got a little bit... They got a little bit impatient.
Yep. And this Alacrity Sniper, if they can't get on top of them, he will just demolish the entirety of GG. And it feels like both the Monkey King and the Leshrac just haven't really been able to.
Well, they get the Aegis plus shard. Free shard for the sniper. Is exactly that move right there. Is a very happy sniper. So now he's got more ways to get out of a problematic situation without spending any money for it. Look at the last hits comparison. Toby compared to the rest of the cores.
Yeah.
That's how little farm priority he gets.
Poor Toby. But he is walking so that his team may run. Or fly. I guess they're flying at some point.
Floating, I guess. For the IO. Though with this Aegis, will they be able to make the get the map control is the question. Because obviously if you go towards the top lane, Ace is going to TP bottom and you're going to be swapping around the entire time with the lanes being pushed into oblivion. Which is why we kind of expected this game to be a long one, possibly. There is going to be an engagement starting. Wukong's man gets thrown down. They get a very quick double kill. Watson now needs to get himself back. Is being chased down. Luckily enough, the Scotty slow is pretty nice, but there's Ace joining in. The Hurricane Spikes was still available. Ace went a little bit deep, and now Ace is going to get pop shotted at. The damage is pretty nice, but Watson, does he get himself out of there? No, he does not. Control has come through, and the Aegis gets popped. They bought back on Fishman, but is it going to be any use here? No, it is not. It is 100% easy peasy for Gamin Gladiators there once they get on top of the sniper. He was just on the disengage, and even with the Scotty, his damage is not necessarily that high.
Yeah, true. And we can see just how much impact it makes when Entity has less heroes alive to be a buffer for the sniper. Like, you lose your Nyx or your Death Prophet, it doesn't even matter if the heroes have a lot of impact. They're just bodies that can stand in between you and the enemy as a sniper. And now GG instantly, they win a single fight.
Oh, not again, Diracho. Nice snowball save. Meatball to be thrown out. Do they have any ways to deal with it? Actually, the relocate from behind is a bit of a surprise here. The IO is going to get controlled, and that's going to be celery down. That means that Gamin Gladiators needs to be a little bit careful if they continue for more. Katami with another catch to be able to lock him down, but the vision given by Duracho really nicely played there. That's some team coordination. Duracho staying near the creep so that Tofu can snowball away and keep himself alive.
I think that relocate was actually very good because it stopped Stormstormer from going on the Monkey King. So the only reason that the Ratio survived there was because of the like super aggressive relocate behind the tier 2. Ooh, and the Ratio actually has a Daedalus, my goodness. You don't pay attention for a moment and the monkey suddenly deals damage.
Yeah, but he does get himself caught every single time. So he needs to be a little bit more survivable, I think.
Yeah, maybe he just needs to sit very far back and buy something like an Arcane Blink.
Does that work with Wukongs?
Yes, and it's actually quite good, especially in the late game, because you can just Arcane Blink in and have an instant stun plus ulti. Because otherwise you have to like use your tree jump to jump and then pop the ulti, and it takes like an extra second. And in the late game, that is very significant.
Sounds like an interesting combo. Watson is almost done with all the stat building. So then he can finish up his max shrapnels and start leveling Assassinate, which obviously you primarily don't really want to do anyway. Stormstormer going for the Ags. Cataclysm is always nice, but also the 3 points you get in just your Quaswex Exort is always a nice addition as well.
He changes his mind, and it's gonna
that's
be
disappointing. I really was looking forward to some Cataclysm shenanigans in the team fight with Kataomi Mini Ravage multiple hero stun.
Tier 4 items coming out now. And Stormstormer hoping for a Timeless Relic, as you always are.
Everyone always hopes for a Timeless Relic.
Has to be the best tier 4 item. And
Yep.
Quinn finds one, so he's very happy. I guess the Trickster Cloak's also very nice. It's also good on every single hero.
Well, they're looking for a fight here, walking up the high ground. Toby with the Force Staff back. And they peeked each other for a second and immediately disengage.
Very low on the kills. More than 2 minutes before Roche could possibly spawn. I would expect both teams to just sit back and wait, like they've been waiting for the past few minutes.
Stormstormer has the full Octarine done, so cooldown reduction, but also the added Aether cast range is always nice because he has a lot of spells.
Radiant are scanning.
He knows this is going late, so he wants the reduced Midas cooldown, obviously. But Entity,
Yes.
they are gonna go for a smoke. They are not gonna sit back.
Ace gets stunned up, and the
Push
pop
back.
shots actually pushes Ace out of the Sunstrike. But nonetheless, that's a nice kill. He does have a buyback, and obviously it's an Ace Prophet, so he's there in half a second. But they're setting everything up for Roshan, as you mentioned. Still a while before Roche respawns, possibly respawns.
This game still feeling very even, despite the 7k gold lead for Gamin Gladiators.
Are scanning.
Yeah,
So,
and discs will be coming in momentarily for the supports on both sides, because it's getting to they see you for half a second, you die territory.
Tower is under attack.
yep. Especially now with the Daedalus on Watson as well. Poor Tofu.
Stormer. Everywhere he needs to be. Also has the cooldown reduction item. So has a lot of spells. The bots cooldown reduction is also nice. Then cooldown reduction. Toby steals the haste and gets piggied in the process. That's a fast piggy. Hard to catch, and Thrush is again gonna get caught. BKB forced out. TP attempt by Katami. He's gonna get sprout leashed by Ace. So TP gets cancelled. They will lose Katami, but that means there's no BKB right now. They also use relocate in the process. And Roche, okay, BKB should be back up before Roche respawns.
They almost got the Ratio again. Just not quite enough damage. With the Aghanim's on Evoker, I'm sure they would have had enough.
Oh, Storm pops the BKB in return, turns around, big fat meatball thrown, tries to run away. Tombstone gets taken down. Ace, the pop shots need to come through. Toby actually gets out of there, but Duracho might not be so lucky. He doesn't have a BKB. Ace is dead. Duracho is on the disengage, but a Scythe Hex onto Celery. He will not be able to get out. The IO has been caught, and a huge team fight victory. It's a little bit curious. Okay, they will find Katomi, who went very aggressive to get the catch in the back line. And actually, it might cost Tofu his life here. Possibly. Actually, double buyback coming out from Gamin Gladiators. Storm is the one that's in trouble. Good chase for more. And a triple buyback on the Diayus versus they double on the side of Entity. Roche has not respawned yet. They won't have Katomi at the start of the Roche respawn. But Entity are backing off for now. Nonetheless, this game is getting to very scary territory because if Stormer dies, that is a big problem for Entity.
Entity got a little bit ahead of themselves there. They took a really nice fight, but then they kept chasing. I feel like a big reason why they won the last fight in the first place was because they fought from the high ground with vision, but then they chase into the enemy high ground with enemy vision. Roche spawning in 7 seconds. It's gonna be a big point of contention.
Well, Roche has respawned. It's the third one. The question is,
It's gonna melt.
what is it going to give? It's already dead before they can get there. And that is unfortunately no steal. Actually, Toby is going in aggressively here. Meatball on top. They do manage to almost get the kill here. Yes, they find Tofu. Tombstone has been thrown down as well. They kind of need to disengage. Ace wants to get out, but his BKB has ended. Nice Wukongs from Duracho. He jumps across, and Watson gets destroyed. Duracho on the Monkey King, coming alive when needed. Toby is trying to run out of there. Stormer, can he help out his teammates? Does he have any spells left? It seems unfortunate, but it is going to be Entity that's going to be playing base defense.
Man, that was an insane shard play with Duracho, getting a triple stun and then getting into the middle of the entire enemy team.
God, the damage he's bringing out to these fights. He's single-handedly keeping them at bay.
He has the cooldown reduction as well from the tier 4 neutral item, so stacking that with Octarine, it's gonna be really hard for GG to push, even with a Leshrac and a Monkey King with the Aghanims.
They are now significantly ahead on the Dire side, with almost a 20k net worth lead. Though Stormer doesn't have much. I guess Refresher and Equipable Axe are the only two things that Stormer could get that would be an upgrade.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to replace with his Refresher. I guess he can just put something in the backpack like his Lincolns and then swap it in during the fight.
Double damage Monkey King with a Refresher Orb, so that's double big Wukong's command. Good way to push high ground.
Duracho was really struggling early, but he's done an admirable job at coming back into this game.
Are scanning.
He's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and with his 25 and his shard, he should have no problem getting on top of the sniper.
It is a little bit rougher considering it's on the high ground fight, but he does have, as you mentioned, that shard. So the chase is... I always forget that that's the new shard of Monkey King. The chase is slightly decent. Oh, quick catch comes out. The Aeon gets popped. Fishman with the tombstone drop. Meatball in return, but everyone's got their BKBs used. The backline from Ace is being hunted, and they will find Fishman. They lose the Undying in the process. Toby needs to actually disengage, but there are no BKBs. Two-man stun by Katomi, and it's a huge one, but the healing is immense, and they keep the Lesh alive. Charge forward with the snowball. Quinn is healed to max. He was so close to dropping. It was almost a perfect play by the side of Entity, but it gets countered by the IO being on his tippy toes.
Now they might finally be able to break the base with this DD Monkey King and the level 25 on Leshrac. There's gonna be one fortification, but afterwards Entity should finally have the damage.
Tornado is not going to connect. It's just trying to keep them at bay. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, throw down your questions for the offlaner of the side that wins at the end of this match. If it's Gamin Gladiators, that would be Ace. If it's Entity, that would be a Diracho who pops a refresher and the BKB to stay alive. If it's Entity, that would be Toby. Second Wukong's comes down. Sunstrike's not going to connect. They actually didn't kill off the melee racks in mid. There's a chase onto Tofu, but they'll give him vision to snowball out of there. And Gamin Gladiators are not rushing it to finish it just yet.
They certainly are not. You don't want to take any risks against the sniper high ground defense. It's so scary. The 27k lead. That is, it's not insurmountable, but it's definitely looking rough for Entity.
The one thing that they do have on their side is the high ground defense. If everyone in their team is alive, obviously. So that's one way that they could surprise Gamin Gladiators if they make the mistakes themselves. Is Slash... I guess he's going for the equipable Ags on Quinn. So the AoE ethereal form shenanigans.
I believe it's called nihilism.
That's the word. I could not think of what it was called.
It is really nice in this game, I think. Still no shard on him though, and I think you hate to see it, right?
Oh, I despise it. No shard on Lesh at this point. It's 1400 gold. Your net worth is insanely high. Just get a shard. It's too much value, especially if you're high ground pushing or defending.
Diracho, he has bought the equipable Ags as well. So he now has a basher.
That's a big monkey. And Celery, he's got healing for staff.
I think Celery mostly just wants to save for a buyback. So he can die and then relocate back in.
They're 29k behind, and they're just relegated to defending the high ground. If you push out of your base, you have to deal with the possible relocate plus TP combination. And they're so mobile in Gamin Gladiators, they'll catch you if you try to solo push.
And Fishman, he's still level 17. Undying becomes a really strong hero at level 25, but he's struggling to get there, even in such a long game.
I mean, he brings value when he's 20 as well, by just dying.
True.
And Watson's going for the Mjolnir. Mjolnir over Gleipnir this game. Or, yeah. Okay, would you go for Mjolnir for the attack speed, or would you possibly go Gleipnir for the extra catch?
I think I would probably get Mjolnir. It's like you have so much range that it's kind of awkward to use Gleipnir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Only
of course,
IO has no Ags on Gamin Gladiator side.
Wait, Tusk got it from the Roche then?
I think so.
Yeah, like there's no way he saved up for it himself. He was struggling. But now
'Cause
they
I
have
didn't
the Walrus
see if
kick
there was a refresher
potential.
or an Ags, but it could have been like a refresher and they used it in the fight. But it probably wasn't Ags.
Because then Sniper has to be extra careful.
Obviously, for the team that loses today, will not be eliminated. They will just drop down to the lower bracket.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Entity, they went for a smoke, but they're losing buildings in the process. It's just so awkward. It's Gaming Gladiators, they have the high ground ward, and they're just gonna sit back. An Entity can only really just push out the lanes and hope for the best.
Yeah, both these teams, they're playing for a pretty high prize pool. Let's see, do they have the assortment? First place is 60k in this tournament, which is pretty good. Second place 25, third place 10, and fourth place 5.
Not bad.
And it's good practice for the Major. Stormstormer's going to get jumped, immediate stun as well. Can they get him out of there with the 4-staff? Stormstormer's dropping low. Wukong's command gets thrown out. Stormstormer is dead. Even gets kicked back towards his enemies. Buys back immediately. Fisherman topside will be found out. They're getting full control of Toby as well. The Exorcism gives his movement speed, but is it going to be enough? With the meatballs thrown out, they still have their BKBs available. Watson, Nullifier is a pain. Wukong's second ring comes out, and Duracho can he get the catch onto Watson? The BKB is about to end, but Watson will be able to get all the vision necessary, and they find themselves Tofu. But it is going to be a big fight in favor of Gamin Gladiators. Kataomi is looking if he can see can get himself a catch. The problem for Gamin Gladiators right now is their BKBs are on cooldown, and then Stormstormer can go ham.
Yeah, that is a big deal. At the same time, they did just force 3 buybacks from Entity, including the Death Prophet and Invoker, so maybe taking a fight could still be worth the risk. But of course,
Roche up in 30. That's 4th Roche. He refreshes Shard. Would be really good for the Voker this game if they manage to get it.
And just look at the wealth difference. Almost everyone on GG has their Aghanim synth. And none of the Entity heroes even have an Axe.
If Gamin Gladiator get the Ags from Roche, that would mean Io gets an Ags. I have absolutely... Is it still the ball spinning thing that summons balls the entire time?
I think so.
Really? Because I don't know if they still have the same one where OG1TI with.
Yep.
It's the same one?
Yeah, it's still the passive balls being spawned.
Huh. Okay. So
Or,
then you just go ham on the IO as well.
Yep. I guess they're officially called Spirit. That is a nicer way of calling them, I suppose.
Well, Roche has respawned. They know it's up. Can they realistically fight for it? There is a Stormstormer Ags now done. So they do have Cataclysm available on Entity side.
I'm waiting for a Kataomi 5-man Ravage into Cataclysm.
Not gonna lie, that would be gorgeous. But it's gonna be pretty hard to muster considering Gaming Gladiators are very defensive.
It's just so hard to play for Entity. because Nature's Prophet is just constantly pushing in the lanes, and he doesn't even physically have to be there because he just pops his ulti every second creep wave, and then the lanes just passively push in.
It's not fun, Fishman. Drops Tombstone. He's in trouble. Cataclysm does get thrown out. A lot of damage thrown out onto Celery, but he has a lot of healing in return. There's going to be a jump on the back line. Can they get out of the Wukong's command ring? Watson, that's the problematic one. He's on the wrong side of the river, and he's going to get taken down, surrounded. Watson does die. He does have a buyback available, has to use it. Second ring comes out from the Monkey King. Toby does not have a buyback available, though. That's the big problem here. And can they get anything in return? They will lose Quinn. That's a 9-kill streak that they managed to pick up. And actually, the IO relocates out of there. So they're looking for the kill onto Ace. Pop shots come in. Ace is going to get taken down. The relocate sends Quinn back. But actually, Duracho, is he going to get taken down? Watson does a lot of damage and he chases for more. He will get the kill secured. They're gonna come in with an army of heroes from the Gamin Gladiators side, and Quinn actually needs to be a little bit careful himself because he just bought back into this, but Watson's gonna get stunned up. Cataclysm comes through. They almost get the kill secured, but Quinn's just going to survive Katami. Can he get the catch? No, he gets hexed up in the process, and it's all onto Storm alone. The GG gets called. And the game gets lost with Gamin Gladiators securing the 2-1 victory over Entity. That last fight could have definitely gone the opposite direction with just a little bit of luck added into the mix. But a nice finisher for a grandiose series so far. We do have an interview coming up momentarily, luckily enough. But Wingblade, what did you think of this series so far? This series in general, is this your series of the tournament?
Not yet. I would. It was a good series, and I'm very happy that it went the distance instead of the 2-0s that we've been seeing very often. But most of the games, it felt like a single team was in control, and they didn't really lose that control. Like Gaming Gladiators in the last game as well, they had some slip-ups, but I never really felt like they were about to lose the game, or a single fight could mean that everything turns around. They just, it made it a bit more difficult, but they still felt in control.
I mean, that last fight could definitely have gone out of wrong,
Okay,
but
it was last one.
Yeah, the last one, where all of a sudden Watson started actually dealing damage when everyone's BKBs were on cooldown. But yeah, it was a game that was pretty rough from the onset. The split push shenanigans coming out, the global presence was really hard to deal with for the side of Entity, and Gaming Gladiators do win it out in the end. The MVP is Duracho. Do we agree with that?
I was thinking about it, and I think it's very hard to call an MVP. Because Quinn was very dominant, but he also made a lot of mistakes by just jumping in and dying. And I feel like Duracho just really struggled early and then still managed to become a real and relevant carry later in the game. And I think that's worthy of an MVP. If you look at like 15 minutes into the game, when he was like 5th on net worth, just above Toby, and then at the end where he was like the strongest hero on the entire map, I can see it.
Yep. Well, that was regardless the end of that series. We do have an interview right now with Ace, who will be joining us